Guess now that I don't have a meeting apparently.
How long was this meeting going to be anyway? You office workers in your meetings. Ridiculous. You know what my meeting was yesterday? We went to breakfast. Fuck! Fucking this city.
Splish splashy sploosh, wash and dark arts.
A little bit. Blue team back on course. Red team out in front by not by much, though. Anybody's game. No sign of Stitcher Jim or the Megalodon. All right, folks, they're making their way almost to the port here. Remember, as always, they have to turn around, navigating through obstacles, and get back to everyone's favorite outpost, Port Merrick.
Done this before. Shit. Moved up the wrong way. All right, moving.
Derp says Rajan 12 used 25 bits to play Taylor Swift, anti-hero beat, Bleachers. Blurb says Hammondless Gaming used 10 bits to play Puts My Dick In.
What? I need to block so it doesn't. TTS doesn't read that. It ruins it.
Jimbo 5000.
Morning.
Morning. I knew it was coming.
I had you 70 back there. A little bit of a hurry.
Why did I get handed this thing? I don't want to have this thing anymore.
Completely forgot. Freaking turkey. I'm streaming. I'm not.
Says Lowell.
I don't want.
Pezering says back with more sweat. Moon Brew says no. I hear ya.
Ooh, did you see that?
Moon Brew says and that's the ideal.
Holy shit! Somebody. How did you find us? I'd be curious. Where are you from? Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Moon Brew says Lowell.
Did you see that?
Moon Brew says it does sound tasty. Collateral says suspect has a white shirt and black shorts. Rotating around a push in the MCDS parking lot. East 24th and Main. Collateral says, whoa, I sound so official. Moon Brew says
Who's chasing cloud? Collateral said hi soups.
Collateral was missing the point of the conversation where I said that her
Corin Horn R9 closed fist.
Her
Fist
moving-
bumps Chicago Superman.
her possibly moving in to a house with Azuki, who plays a game that she loves and is also a streamer, could help her.
Always remember 69% of anime titties in Discord links get clicked by thirsty internet people. So regardless, I don't care that over half the people on Discord are fucking perverts.
What?
I've fallen really bad. I hit multiple times. This is fucking hard.
And we're off. Both teams out. Red out ahead. Blue team right behind them. Storm's kicking back up here, folks. It has been a...
Whew.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Oh, mushroom.
Mushroom.
Hey, I took a shower. I don't know about you guys.
Billboard's cloud. 1,788. 45 milliseconds.
That is sharp.
Sharp. that is sharp.
Who shot their
That's not quite the word I was going to use, but that is very sharp indeed.
Burger's doing some work on you.
I hope to God that didn't come out of one of us. How are we looking? Switching over now. Got it. All right, can you guys hear us both? Thank you, Kelly. We will let Mark go to that restaurant. I think we're going to that same bar that we went to last night.
It is. Well, and it's not close, so you don't get all the traffic.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where Dan is.
It's not close.
Yeah. There's a lot right there.
All right, guys, we're doing shared chat with Mushroom tonight. So I've got a chat phone and a speaker and a microphone, but that's it. No camera. It's all Mush's cam.
Yeah. You see how it's really done.
That's right.
I guess I don't have to turn my head. I can just talk into my own mic.
Haley 123 says he is going to go meet with Dan and Buck Shells.
All right, we're going to Bang.
Huh?
We're going to Bang. But we got to find parking.
I just typed in the convention center, right?
You want to park there, or you want to park? Is it cheaper now?
No, I don't. I think it said it was full, or I don't think you can park there.
Somebody read Hot Diggity Dog, but it didn't show up on screen. I don't know why.
I was like, you said it was by the convention center, so I just typed in the convention center.
All right, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder. Would your alerts show up on?
Yeah, because it's a.
Night 225 says I did law.
No, I think you're going that way.
Yeah, you want to go straight.
Says go show some love
looks
for
like on
Night
GPS.
225 and drop the follow.
All right, guys. I gotta look and see. It should show overlay.
Yeah, it's not
'Cause
it's just not going to play here.
It shouldn't play for you, but it should play
Thank
for me.
God.
Thank God.
So they're getting. Oh, they'll hear it.
It's a roller coaster.
You just won't hear it. So they get partially
Like all
scammed.
all the turds. Yeah. Well, there's so many, like, I don't know if you looked over on the one side, it's like hill. Like, everything's built on a hill like this. Like, not this way, not this way. I think it's over that one. It's like a hill built on in a hill. It's crazy. Oh God, oh God, oh God, which way are we going?
Sorry. It's fine.
Playing chicken with the.
Yeah,
We're fine.
I think.
We're fine. Don't worry.
Playing chicken with the.
It's fine.
Did your dad ever drive with you when you were little? Do you need me to do that for you?
We're good.
Jonathan, we need you to make a decision. Even if it's a wrong one, just make a decision.
I swear. I know.
3 seconds.
Just lingering in the middle of the.
Yeah, don't worry.
Look at that, Sir Knight. Three watch streak.
Sir Knight, what's
Mark, can you just get the air off this?
Night 225
Thank you,
says
drift
it's all
stuff.
good.
Holy
This is like
crap, look at
GTA.
that.
It's only an issue when you hear the crunch.
It's only an issue when you hear the crunch.
Whee! Everyone put your hands up.
Is this that one? Is this? I was gonna say, is this that road? But that's in San Fran.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in San Fran.
You're talking about Lombardi?
Yeah, the one that's like this. It's like that.
How do you know the name of the street?
What? The one that like curves?
I know which one it is. No, it's this the one.
The one that goes up and down, like they do like the street racing thing.
and then it goes over a bridge and into the city. Yeah. What are we calling you? G-Man?
I'm Brian. Brian works.
Oh, government name.
No, it's a little.
What's your social security name?
4.
G-Man. Look at that thing. That's badass.
Oh, that's cool.
Really cool. They're pretty.
Here, I'll show it on your stream, Hammer.
Well, thank you.
Cirque Night 225 says how's the TwitchCon so far?
It's good.
Amazing. Sir Knight.
Sir Knight.
Yeah, he's in here. He's a fan. He's a big fan. He's not actually dead.
He's not actually dead.
But this is the only place you'll ever see him.
He's on an island with Tupac.
Right? On Twitch.
That is cool.
Jonathan.
Huh?
You see there's like a whole car length in front of between. Yeah. Just letting you know.
Well, actually, my driver class.
I feel like
If a car wants to get over, you have plenty of room for him to get over.
Yeah.
why is GPS saying I can't turn?
Cirque Night 225 says
It's not.
who's dead law.
I know, I was like, but the road, look at the road. No.
Who isn't dead? Suge Knight.
No, but
Try
you're.
street.
Oh,
You see what I'm saying?
no.
Left. Don't make a left.
You are making a left.
I am.
Oh.
I'm just saying the GPS is wrong.
You're supposed to turn left.
I'm trying. I will pull this damn fucking car over right now. If you don't guys shut up in the back.
I didn't say nothing.
Liz, you're fine.
I
I'm
know.
talking about ham, mushroom, and G, okay?
225 says oh yay. Sub Night. That yay also Tupac.
Or your dad. I would say your dad is. My dad, I'm sorry.
Dad?
That sounded a lot more. Sounded a lot more beat than I meant.
Papa Gijo.
Papa Shijo.
Papa?
The setup works good for this. I just need to figure out the mic, our mics.
My aunt lives on. That would give you a...
What's your mic doing?
It keeps saying that it goes available, unavailable, available, unavailable.
The cable, maybe?
I'm thinking it's the cheap cable that came with the mic set.
Oh, I'll just get a cable.
Yeah, I just need to order it, but it has to be a specific one.
What?
Because
Like a proprietary cable?
No, not a proprietary one. It's got to be one that does both. It's got to be a short one that does both data and audio.
I got one in my bag.
Okay, can I snag it for me tomorrow
Yes.
to try? Okay, and see if that.
What do you ask?
Hey Mushroom, what branch was you, if I may ask?
Navy. The best branch.
Best.
Sorry. I was joking.
Those are the ones that hang back and let all the idiots get killed. Launch cruise missiles into the battle.
What did you do to Navy?
I chipped and painted. Yeah. I got out.
Night 225 says Hamstecker EM.
So-
While I can see Mushroom doing this
When I was at MEPS, I don't know what you guys call it, but
Yeah, MEPS.
when I was signing all my paperwork and signing my life away, they said, all right, here's what your ASVAB score says you can do, and this is what's available right now. So they gave me aircraft mechanic and dental technician. And I was like, I don't, and I remember calling my mom and saying, I don't want to put my hands in people's mouths. And I don't want to get my hands dirty, like fixing planes. And
Wait, sorry, did you say the parking was
There's like a lot right around here somewhere, yeah. So they said, hey, if you don't like any of those, there'll be a chance in boot camp. Maybe something else will come up and you'll have a chance.
Do
to
not
pick
show
something
that
up.
on stream.
Yeah. Complete bullshit. If you go in unrated, you're just a deck seaman or a deck airman.
Yeah.
You're a seaman.
That lot. Turn right, or you can't. Go up here.
What are you talking about, Mushroom? Making the same
Yeah.
thing?
Turn right at the stop sign.
Island Paradise.
Or here.
He decided to join us.
I guess this is
Had a fantastic time exploring our little corner of the internet.
Well, there's a spot right
Is
there.
that a handicap spot?
That is not a handicap
Yeah,
spot.
right here. Boom.
That's a very nice spot. Ooh, wait, there's one. All right, sweet.
And then we should read the direct. Don't let Ham do it. Read the directions.
Yes.
Yeah,
over
do
there.
not let me do it.
Do
I have
not.
gotten 2 parking tickets
Yes, do not.
while
Oh,
traveling.
no. You're paying the parking ticket for this then.
I've already paid. No, wait, I got out of one and had to pay one.
Knight 225 says lol.
Sir Knight, that was hilarious.
Oh, but I don't get to see it. What the fuck?
I'm not showing it on stream.
You can show it to me.
Hold that for a second.
Yeah, you're gonna be just this. Jonathan, if you don't stop doing that.
He sends this to me and says, I could see Mush doing this. I have that sim. I popped it out of the.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's on the laptop at the house.
I do.
You what?
Hey, I'll carry it around a little bit.
Just kidding. There's a sign over here. Pay meter in advance. Display receipt on. Well, it says right there, pay.
Pay meter in advance. Display receipt on dash.
Hammer, you get this one. Wait a minute. Let me check. See how much it is.
Yeah. See, this is the same shit that got me in
Well,
fucking.
it's clearly everywhere around here.
Usually it just makes you download an app and pay for it.
Right, but it says display receipt on dash. So I bet you have to walk over to that.
Fucking says hello much.
Just scan the thing.
Hello, Ham and Liz.
Hello. We're also with G-Man, and also I don't like Stream Buddy because it doesn't show me.
There's a setting that we found out the other day.
Oh, there is?
Go into settings, chat, appearance, and there's a tick mark that says
Show profile.
Yeah.
Ah.
Irish actually showed that too.
Oh,
all
nice.
of us.
Well, Mark was trying to show me the.
282 says hello, G-Man as well.
Yeah, G-Man 505
Where's he going?
to the park to pay parking thing.
I think you just scan this QR code.
But it says display receipt on dash. It's like.
Oh yeah, good point. This
Sir
is where
Knight
Danny.
225
Danny's van
says
is
hi
right there.
everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it doesn't do it though, see? I wonder if I have to restart Streamer Buddy to do it.
You don't see your little icon?
No.
Or my little. Nobody's talking to my chat. That's why.
Oh, is that my chat?
Yeah.
Oh.
Now look, you see
Yeah,
my little
see-
icon?
no, it was yours.
Musher OOM
Oh, no, okay.
Lacey 282 says hi Sir Knight.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
So it shows your icon, not my icon.
Shows, yeah.
Yeah, so like
Yours
on my,
doesn't show
yeah,
anything,
yeah.
just normal chat.
Yeah, it's just normal chats. Okay. All right, guys. So like I said, Liz and I are sharing Mushroom's feed for the night. So I have a mic and my TTS on, and Mush has the cam. So we'll probably be handing it around. See, pay here. This is the shit that got me in freaking Seattle.
Oh, really?
Is that there was like that? Oh, scan the barcode and do this. But then you look at the thing, and it had a sign on it that said, you know, parking free this day.
Says I paid for parking one time when I was OTR, and I taped my ticket to my driver window with another taped note that said "Don't knock lol."
Yeah, it was very interesting. But hey, Lacey.
See, you see the XD?
What?
The XD agency, what's that?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what we had before emojis.
So do.
Holy crap.
We need a space number though.
Do you?
I'm pretty sure, don't you? Try it.
Oh yeah, you probably do.
Machine from cash slot open for every use.
Who's doing this?
Machine does not give cash or refunds. No free parking at any time.
Yeah.
No
So,
parking seat. Where does it say you're?
oh, maybe you don't. Okay. Yeah, just do it then. Is this, you got this one?
Yeah, I can do this one. Let's fucking go, yes.
Okay, that's stupid. Speed walking.
I mean, do we need to enter a oh no, because you just do the ticket.
I'll go put it back on the car.
Yeah. Keep it in.
Cirque Knight 225 says I thought that was looking for group LMFAO.
Pass it around.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Well, yeah. Jonathan isn't paying.
No, Jonathan's not paying to park at all.
Okay.
No, you will not be paying to park. We'll make Mark pay tomorrow. I don't fucking care.
Oh, so I can get tomorrow.
No, Mark.
Oh, okay.
We'll get it. I thought that was.
Did we do that right, sir?
Lacey 282
We pay
says
at that
lol.
machine, ma'am. Sorry.
We don't have anything to do with any of the
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got you. You're just.
All the signs are posted or
Okay.
So you have to follow
Gotcha.
them. If I tell you wrong and you get a ticket.
I got you.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yep. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
My Hamlet credit card number is.
You shut the front. You shut the front door. Shut the front door.
Oh man, I would hate it if you read the last, the 3 numbers on the back. Just kidding.
Security one.
Good luck.
I called them sir, and then was it? I still don't know.
I don't know if that was.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Try my best.
I had a bunch of those moments today while walking
I
around.
almost audibly laughed. I had to hold it in.
Oh, there was a lot of
okay.
those are conversations.
No, I would have.
It's too far.
I would have died in that situation.
Too far. Too far. It's funny. There's not a parking thing right there, where there's a sign that says parking. Watch that there is. No. Okay, so where are we going?
We're going
Lacey 282
to
says are you
Bang.
heading toward Mark?
Yeah, we're heading that way. Dude, I was telling NYC, all the NYC, what we were doing with like the PIP and all that stuff and the being able to share stream and all that. He goes, dude, that's awesome. He goes, how are you guys doing that? I go, we trust each other with our ingest keys.
Yeah.
I'm not just going to hand it to anybody, but.
Yeah. Can you stuff that in my bag carefully? The big part?
The one closest to you?
I think so. The one where like the main compartment.
Yeah, here, hold on.
It'll
I just
fit.
need to slide your DJI case down.
If it doesn't
Cirque
fit,
Knight
I can just put it on.
225 says, well, y'all have known each of them long time.
Yeah, it's been, what, almost 20 months now?
123 that says they are there now but are going to go eat somewhere else.
Oh, they're going to go eat somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm communicating.
That turtle shell of a backpack.
Hey. It's better than that non-IRL backpack that you have.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
This? No.
She was making a joke that it's not an IRL backpack.
Oh. Oh, yeah,
The dude was like, well, you know,
123 that says they are going to go eat with Dan.
they're going to go eat with Dan. Well, where's Dan? Here, I'm going to switch you sides.
I'm already on it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Horton, here's a who.
Kaylee 123 that says El Taco Graupo.
Tacos again?
All right.
That's just where they're at. When did we have tacos? Is this the right street?
So is this isn't Gaslamp, right?
What is this?
Oh yeah, there's the convention center.
Oh yeah.
Lacey 282 says in front of Bang.
Yep, we'll get it. Mush is on it.
Cirque Knight 225 says best response from Liz Law.
Tacos again?
When did you have tacos?
You guys did. With Irish.
You can always have tacos. Ooh.
What the? G-Man's getting hit on by random street ladies. That is. What is that one? Salt and whiskey? Ooh.
Cirque Knight 225 says Law.
Did you see me last night?
No.
No.
I was totally using April's walk in the street thing. Walking down this road.
Cirque Knight 225 says G-Man. If Ajax can't clean it,
Because
don't
the
touch
street
them.
was like packed with people.
Okay. Words of wisdom from Sir Knight. If Ajax can't clean it, don't touch it. Anti-corrosion is a wonderful thing.
See that? I don't know if that's new.
Yeah, shared chat moderation.
Yeah.
There's also shared hype trains and all that kinds of other stuff now too. Huh? Yeah. You would have been totally in place to wear dresses, by the way. Just saying. I know. Yeah, I know. What? I know. But it gives me ideas for next year of what's acceptable. Oh, it's right here.
Where?
Is this the gas lamp?
Yeah, we're on it.
Oh, this is all gas lamp.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't even know how many streets.
Ooh, that's nice. Oh, that's one of those. That's an EV. Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad I took a shower.
Huh?
I'm glad I took a shower.
Why?
Because I feel better.
Oh, yeah, I'll take one tonight.
Oh, we passed
Cirque
it.
Knight 225 says I
Yeah,
am
it's down
walking
here on the
here.
right.
Move it, car.
Right?
Cabron, right? Is that what he said?
Oh, you know what? I don't have the second.
Wait a minute, hang on, no. Tacos,
Mushroom, make a decision.
right?
Right?
Cirque Knight 225 says a Nissan Z. Chicago Superman says welcome back.
What's up, Soups?
$6 minutes. All right. Okay. All right. We were right.
It's Perry the Platypus.
Yes, Perry breathing, second form, investigation over the floodlights. Yeah, I know. It's called Perry Slayer. It's the off-brand version of Demon Slayer, but it's just Perry Slayer. Phineas is one of the upper moons. Yeah. Ah.
Kaylee 123 that says Bug Shells is singing now there.
It is. Doing a little PIP. It should show up. Keyword is it should.
Werewolf.
So there's Liz and I's.
Actually, I lied. This is Gaslamp, but the other part is the main street that you guys are.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Because Werewolf is off like a side street, which is that one right there.
G-Man's walking like he's tucking.
Cirque Knight 225 says lol.
So I'll probably be popping up the PFP every once in a while as we're out and about. Yeah, so that thing that Irish sent me was only till 7:30.
I figured that was.
Yeah, I didn't even get the invite until we were back at the hotel.
Yeah.
Did your phone get enough charge while we were there?
I think it's like 70.
Okay. Well, I've got cables and a plug if the battery gives out.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Going that way. Yeah, I figured that was going to be like a wild goose chase.
Yeah.
And sounded too good to be true.
It's like a marketing company that was putting it on.
Nice.
Apart.
Knight 225 says the streets remind of the ones in New York. Busy.
Oh yeah, they're busy.
Henry says there's a party that Andy, Philip, and others are holding right now. Henry says open to the public.
Where's it at?
Henry says smoking gun.
Oh, okay. I don't know where that is. Apparently there's a party open to the public for something at somewhere called the Smoking Gun. The Smoking Gun.
Lacey 282 says you'll hear it before you see it, lol.
I know. He walks like I do when I'm on a mission for stuff normally. Is that it right over there?
Yeah.
Henry says 555 Market Street.
No, don't post addresses. Not in chat. Don't ever post addresses in chat.
Henry says, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just a safety thing.
Henry says, my fault.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Haley 123 that says they are across the street.
Over there?
They're at the barbecue place? No.
That's the name of it.
Oh, Irish is over there too.
Haley 123 that says they are at Bang in the front.
They're at Bang in the front.
Apparently you sell it.
I was really smiling. I wanted to jump around and be like, yeah, this is my dad. I'm going to TwitchCon with my dad.
Knight 225 says maybe it's Rock
Now that he knows.
Find him while okay.
Now that he knows, like, I'm almost the same age as his dad. Oh, Bang's over here.
Oh, the Tipsy Crow.
We can go some.
Lacey 282 says I think we're close. Lacey 282 says yes.
Yeah, I think we're getting close. This looks about right. I've heard of this. I heard of that in the Tipsy Crow from the IRL group. They said they were in front of the Tipsy Crow, or in front of this. I think there's, what's his name? Dan?
Oh, yeah. No, they're in here. They're in here.
They're inside.
As I see the balloon.
Oh, yeah. This is the streamer DAP party thing that they're at.
So how do we get in?
I don't know. I gotta add.
Good, how are you?
Is the streamer DAP thing over now?
The main event, yeah.
Y'all should be able to come in now.
Okay. Yeah, I got the invite at 7:32 from Irish.
Can you hold that?
Aw, damn.
That sounds about right.
We got here at about 7:30, so we only got one drink for free.
Yeah, it's something like marketing.
Like, yeah, man,
Okay.
over there.
Dude, it's an ad
Not on
service.
the guest list.
Yeah.
I don't. We have friends in there, but I don't.
Oh.
Their ads on your channel, so you're running through OBS, and
Are you guys on the list?
Bear
No.
with me. Hang on, we'll get somebody to come out. If we have somebody come out, will they?
If it's not like one of the owners.
Okay.
I was gonna say like.
I have no idea.
Oh, they're right here.
Yeah.
There he is. I thought they were inside because I saw those balloons.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Hey, yeah, anytime, man.
See you all
I
again.
thought you guys were in there because I saw those balloons.
I was
He's.
there for a little bit.
I'll get the gimbal to him tomorrow morning.
Okay, it's all good.
I brought it with me from Indiana, so I was like, I haven't given it to him.
Tech issues with the Bella box. It was in the wrong setting, so I helped them out get it going. They're rocking.
Send
I was
her a
like,
bill?
you should have ran into us at TwitchCon because all we were doing
Who was
talking
that?
tech all day long.
We saw her when I was leaving.
Oh.
Yeah.
I rated her actually.
Yeah, we both rated her. All right, Soups.
So you
Now
already ate?
I grabbed a quick taco, yeah. The line's a little crazy, but if you guys are hungry later and want to grab one, I highly suggest it. It's a good fucking taco.
We're doing the whole shared stream thing, so.
Nice. That works.
I got stuck with it.
I got my Bella box rolling. I've been good so far.
Nice.
So when I do the 1080-60, I only use one battery pack, but the pocket slowly drops.
Yeah.
Very,
it never
very.
gets to
Yeah.
0, so whatever.
I'm gonna add them to the... You want us to add you to the stream together?
Yeah, let's do it. No, let's fuck with it.
Chat is gonna.
Doesn't make anything crazy.
Chat is gonna go.
No,
I
I
just do it too.
I just won't share chat with you. So you
Okay, that's fine.
Can you remote into your streaming PC?
Yes.
All right, that's where you gotta.
We are. So, all day NYC. He's gonna join the stream together. What's up,
Do
Boone?
I have to log into Switch on that PC?
Give me one too.
He's doing it.
All right, let me go.
Send me one too. All right.
What's up, Boone? But we're sharing. We're doing the whole thing where I'm feeding Mush's feet out.
How's TC been so far? QQ_Rasa says tier 100.
Aw, QC Rasa, thank you. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. We'll use it to buy Mush a shot later.
A shot? Yeah, I don't need a shot. I know my limits.
I know my limits.
You should get a. Just like you do when you're like gaming.
Oh, I got it over here actually. Oh wait, no.
QQ_Rasa says hell yeah. Those in parentheses. Sir Knight 225 says get much goofy long. Sir Knight 225 says make him silly.
Uncle Shade's in the mix. Once that camera is backwards, flip it around, and then I write it's on the tree.
You got a word, chat?
It was like camera's on the tree, that's what I'm saying.
Hard talk.
Yeah.
That's okay. Everyone waits to play video games.
I tried to rap words with backwards, but sometimes I'm just rapping, so it's like it doesn't sound like instructions. Okay, get it, John. So good to see you.
Sorry about that.
Smithy, thank you for the follow.
Where do you usually come in from?
So if you go into your creator dashboard on,
Can I do it here or no?
is that the app? No, you have to go into
I
like a.
gotta do it in that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Is that how you did it?
Like kind of funky.
Yeah, it comes in as an alert, as a
like a
Twitch
little-
notification up at the top.
Okay. All right. Let me just try to log in.
So apparently you had to be invited into the party, even though it's after the party time. What's up, Corey? shit.
Forgot to bring that thing.
Yeah, I
I'll
don't.
bring it
My
tomorrow.
screenshot
Hammer.
commands aren't gonna work. What?
Remind me to bring the gimbal tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'll throw it in my bag tomorrow.
I told him I was going to grab it tonight, but I forgot.
N6324 says lol. Pitchy says hi DMAN.
Got your latest.
Pitchy!
Yeah, right, Frank?
G-Man's hanging out.
I'm here.
We're also hanging out with Irish Beast, Bark Talk,
Bark Talk.
Pitchy says hey y'all.
Uncle J-Pop,
What up, chat?
In the inbox thing? Or?
All Day
Yeah, there
NYC,
should be a little
Mushroom
red thing.
Sauce, Jonathan, a.k.a. John Wick.
Those are like whispers. Hold on, this is notification.
Where did you
Oh,
find
yeah.
it? Show him where you found it.
If you go all the way to the top.
Oh, is it my Twitch?
No, that little notification right there where it's red.
Right
here.
See where it's red up there?
This one was just messaging.
Oh, the one next
Oh,
to messages.
then this next one.
It's probably in this one on my Twitch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. Oh, got it.
So we're doing shared chat and shared everything pitch. So my feed's actually coming from Mush.
Nice.
Says maybe
All right, here we go.
You need to drag your ass here next year.
I don't know if we want his chat in there.
Says it's working.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, just you don't have to.
21,682 says
I know, hold on.
And now you made hell. So when everyone watches each one of us, they see.
It's worth it.
Yeah, it'll show the
Okay.
link.
Oh, that's how all the other creators.
It's just because you got a titty on titty hot.
Titties on titties is where it's at.
No, that's the
I don't know what you're fucking bitching about. Titty on titties is where it's at.
We're glad you guys are clean. Now you're dirty.
Money.
Right now?
No, absolutely.
So I am simul streaming with Mush. So we're sharing the ingest.
The what?
So our Bella Box ingest. So it's the way that we stream.
Okay.
Did I not give you one yet?
I don't do IRL streaming for a reason.
You guys are tired.
I don't get in trouble with IRL streaming a lot. My kids watch my shit. They're already asking me if I'm getting drunk. I'm like, no, I'm not drinking at all. I didn't.
Yeah, I know there is.
Oh, we are actually sharing chat.
So yeah, there is a lot for multi-TTS.
I really got to introduce this guy with the top hat.
What up,
I really got to introduce him to you guys later on.
But you should
Yeah.
see the
I'm gonna try
icon
to
for
get him. I
whoever's
told him
chat it's
tomorrow
coming
at the
from.
convention
But
he's gonna be
hello.
like,
Hi.
Oh,
you're not using Stream Buddy, right?
No,
Your titties aren't as nice as hers. I'm sorry.
I've been working out. Sorry. I'm not gonna debate you on that, Madam. But I gotta go. Not a problem. See you later, pitch. Thanks for the alert.
Sorry. I apologize. But not really. I also don't apologize.
Hey, thanks Q. Thanks Q for the biddies.
So now it'll show whose chat it's coming
I
from.
personally fucking regret saying I'm sorry.
nice. I like this.
Okay, so.
Trisha Wandadale, thank you for the
You're
follow.
usually streaming by yourself,
Where do we go after this?
so you don't ever have to do that.
Yeah, no, but now it's good to know.
Yeah.
That's my girl from the Turn Squad.
Yeah.
Turn up. That's
Do you? So are you streaming to a computer? Or are you using
fine.
that hosting?
I want to go hump on Rivers.
Can you remote into it?
Why are you
Okay.
the winner of that plan?
Well, I
Well-
was gonna say you could add, but we'll get there. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it is like everywhere.
The only problem with the shared chat is that
I turned off
because I don't know
TTS.
about you guys, but like I put like 4 in, so I try to space it out. But like that's all I can put.
I have mine on countdown.
I
So
can,
just
yeah,
randomly. Yeah.
like I feel like I can't put any more in.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you can put more in?
So I
It's
got
like
my
the
green
box.
time.
I do it
Now
through
Rivers time.
I try to now times it by 4.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
That's a lot.
So I might
Nice.
go my chaos.
That's what it feels like.
Thanks, Joe.
Now I can still help Mushroom.
Some of them will like send me a tip.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of downfalls.
Gotcha.
But the,
Yeah, they haven't quite
without
figured out
the
everything
chat,
yet.
Without the chat, solid.
We were being
With the
introduced
chat,
that while
like,
watching.
That's why I said, hopefully with that new collaboration space thing they've been talking about, where you get to share the viewership,
Correct.
but not necessarily the chat.
Yeah. That's what he said today.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
That all we have to do is shut the chat off.
But if you don't share chat in a stream together, you do not show the same. Like you don't, like your viewers don't add up if you don't share chat. Sweaty and
chats can see each other too. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey chats, get along.
So like
Hey,
in
chats, be
mine,
good.
it shows an icon next to whoever's chat they're talking in.
Okay.
Irish apparently showed us that. Oh, Sweaty's rapping again. What? So who's the top hat guy?
He's got a top hat. I sent him a message.
Okay.
Get my phone. She's talking to He runs his OBS from his backpack, which is dangerous, but he's got a keyboard around his neck. I'm like, we got to fucking talk. I got to plug you guys in.
Interesting.
I think I saw him.
He's got a little keyboard about this big, and he's got it on a keychain.
Well, we were talking to a guy at the Elgato booth today. No, we were talking to a guy at the Elgato. They have remote.
Proud of myself for that.
They have remote wireless stream decks now.
Yeah.
They're modular.
I love this.
This dude turned it into a battery-powered, like, has a 10,000 milliamp stream deck that you can walk around with.
No, I took a shower and changed it.
Which is why I have these.
Yeah, I can wait.
Oh, okay. That goes to someone else's stream.
No, this is my version of a stream deck. It runs through StreamerBot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's called StreamerBot Dex.
Is that a new plugin?
Hanging out.
It was in beta until they released 1.0.
So now I told you the OBS when I updated
wherever we go.
it negated every
plugin
that I had.
Yeah, see, mine didn't.
He's right up here.
I only had 2. And it's 2 that I don't even use. It was just 2 that I randomly loaded to try.
Mine was like Theme Tree and something else. Theme Tree
got a little crazy.
I also found out while at the Elgato booth that I need to talk to Sweaty about this. They have a cloud app now, or an OBS plugin.
The place that we were talking
that
about.
lets you do a complete OBS like scenes and sources export as one, including all your media sources. So it takes all, like, so say you've got like pictures and backgrounds, it will grab those files and compact them all into one database so that you can move it around.
Really?
So like we have a...
Real quick, Kuma and Irish,
I'm Irish.
Like
Kuma and Rivers are going to call us when we get in the car. They're going to try and come down here and meet us. They just don't know like where we're going to go.
Yeah, he's like, you got to be on the guest list.
Dude, QQ, thank you for another 100 biddies.
Yeah.
Keep calm and carry on. I appreciate it. Thank you.
We were last night.
See, I think that's my chat.
Is it?
Yep. Thank you, QQ. Fuck handle this.
Well, the reason I say it is it doesn't have anybody's name next to it.
You don't see the logos though?
Not next to the dono.
So look at his own.
Oh, not next to the dono.
Compared to mine.
But see, I don't even have a logo for when my chat talks. Like if I scroll up here and look at mine, like Pitchy was talking, I already did. It doesn't show my logo on my messages. So see, like there's one Sir Knight.
Well, yours don't have pictures on it.
Right.
But then the donation had no picture, so that's why he called it out.
Yeah. I don't care. Somebody got a dono.
The only thing you can do is go
Because,
to the bank.
hey,
What are you guys doing?
what are you guys up to?
Who are you?
Wandering?
Oh.
Shut everything down.
You got a steak dinner?
We shut everything down and then I went live again.
Yeah.
Really good?
It's really good.
Bert, take a picture of me.
The place we were at last night was really cool.
Whoa.
No, we're just standing here.
Oh, good.
Ready? Wait. Go. There you go.
So we did get an invite to a rooftop party. guys like, you sound like a promoter there, but when you saw us streaming, you guys can come if you want. I'll get you guys in for free. You can stream there.
Where is it?
It's probably where we saw that TV screen on the wall.
Oh.
Something like that.
Yeah, we started seeing 7-Eleven. It's all now from there.
Dan, he said something about a rooftop party or something? Did you guys get invited to a rooftop party? Nothing?
Hey, no foreplay in public.
Where's?
I know there's a rooftop bar over there.
So we just walk up to the door and say,
I forget the dude's name. Sweaty probably remember.
"Oh, Sweaty was there." He's saying it was you.
No, his name.
Oh.
Oh, there's the hookah lounge.
No, we met a guy that would sound like a promoter or something. And he was like, "Yeah, I'll get you guys in for free." He's like, "I'm like, can we stream?" Because we saw us all streaming. We're like, "Can we stream there?" He was like, "Yeah, we can stream." I think it was like,
yeah, there's a rooftop spot over there. I've been to it before.
You go ask Sweaty.
Well, so we could probably just go right in here.
I thought you ate.
Literally nobody in there.
Oh, I thought. Right, I thought that's what you guys were doing.
No, I know her real name. I have her real phone number.
Oh.
Who's that?
No.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Very few people.
Make sure that I saw it. Wanted to get over there. That's what we came here for. And we sort of just been talking.
I need.
Finally got female in my life.
Sorry that you've had too much wiener around.
Males. I need to go hang out with the women for a while. I'm in my hair.
Okay.
Looks like a flake or something. I don't know.
What are we doing?
Mush is going that way. He's going to ask Sweaty something.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Make heads or tails of this for me.
Tails.
Mark Talk is saying you guys invited to like a rooftop.
Yeah, we're invited.
That's the guy.
Okay.
Not you.
Oh, okay.
No, they said
Okay.
you got streamers. They
So
saw
you'll
four
see
of
him
us.
in a top hat like that.
Yeah.
I think I've seen him walking around.
That's the guy.
I think his name was Danny.
Okay.
The owner's
So
name is
tomorrow
Red.
I'm gonna try to get with him.
We're going to be roaming the convention hall next
Yeah,
year.
I'm gonna get with
Yeah.
him, and I'm gonna stream snipe the shit out of you
I
guys
didn't ask that.
if I can.
She's going to be carrying the bag though tomorrow.
You are?
Yep. So it's going to be it's going to be the Liz stream.
Oh, yeah, dude. I'm actually excited to see that.
I think we all forgot
I'm
about it.
curious.
We did forget about it until right now. I just thought about it and told him.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
She's never done that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, how's this gonna go?
I think it's like this.
I want to see how this goes.
They might have food. Not now. We're getting the front, so we're gonna get to a point where you just can't get.
Oh my god! I got Vaseline too.
Yeah.
Like it gets
I didn't have Vaseline,
young and rowdy around here.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the same thing.
No, it's not.
You could use it the same way.
I'm moving away with the microphone.
What's up?
I'm moving away from the very, very weird and inappropriate conversation with the microphone. Maybe not, but I'm not going to chance it with Mushroom's feet or mine.
Where's your cam? Where's his cam? Are you both live?
Yeah.
Oh, you got single feeder. That's great.
Yeah.
How you hold it up?
Good.
I need alcohol.
No.
Why are you facing me? Why are you facing
It's so hard for me to remember that I need to eat when there's so many people around.
Taco place.
Such a yapper. It's like hard.
Yeah.
And again. I want to get a big fuck
Oh. The burger place right there.
Jeez,
I
babe.
asked them about their veggie burger and they said it's like made with like rice and beans.
Oh.
No offense, but
Korean barbecue.
I've only had that once.
I don't know.
It's pretty good. It's also very expensive. What?
Are you wanting to eat? Because he wants to eat.
It's like a
Like going to Maserati behind you.
Hey, his fucking engine is smoking.
I wonder why.
Yeah, so that's not. It's not has like bacon.
Oh, he broke something underneath. Look.
Yep. Antifreeze
Oh, yeah.
helping out of the bottom of the engine.
Tesla's taking all kinds of. That Tesla's taking all kinds of pictures of this action right now.
Yeah.
I don't think
Oh,
so.
like, don't hit the Maserati behind you. Yeah.
Did you eat?
I had a hot dog over there.
Can I go ask him if he needs me to replace
This is ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
You do it right.
or a hose associated?
Are you hungry?
You
wanna
may
go to Korean barbecue.
Are they gonna listen to me? It's a nightmare. The table is already 80% taken up by burners. Then we got cameras all over the place.
We only have one.
I was like, this is not going to work.
Hammer and I are sharing.
I think it's just like tires scraping.
Fancy.
It's still a nightmare.
Danny said he'd do Korean barbecue.
No, I'd love to do Korean barbecue. I'm telling you, the table situations.
Let's scope it out.
Yeah, we need to get the hell away from this place.
Whatever gets me away from. He's told me he's hungry like 20 times. And I think he's.
It's twice now.
He's got his AC running.
Danny, do they have tacos there you can eat?
No, it's probably his AC. Maybe. Maybe. He's hit that Tesla twice now. He's hit the Tesla twice.
I saw him hit at least 2.
Did he really?
Oh yeah, he's rear-ended it twice, at least.
And he's going again and dumping antifreeze all over the place.
I think it's air conditioning coolant or like air
Everybody's
conditioning water.
Something.
Everybody's watching.
Tacos, maybe? Or Korean barbecue. What I will say is I did Korean barbecue about a week ago in Dallas after Ghost Hunt. It was pretty cool, no big deal. It was a nightmare with one camera because the table itself is already halfway taken up. And then you got plates, and then you got cameras.
You would put the cameras on the seat. I've done it. Let's scope it out. Because then Danny can.
Somebody said
we can get him to.
California plate parking.
As soon as we say Korean barbecue, he's going to change his mind.
That's how we
Korean
used to do
barbecue.
it in Boston. Not
Korean barbecue.
Wow, I'm down for it.
I don't think Liz will care.
Okay.
I am literally.
That car is smoking.
Good. How are you?
Excited for this time meeting you.
Yeah. Good to see you.
I don't know. I was just about to tell him I'm forever.
Yeah.
Can I go with the flow? Okay, so I found a place. Well, you guys don't have to go with me, but I found a place that I can get a burger that will actually satisfy me.
Where is
it's
that?
this place called Melt. It's literally like.
We had burgers earlier.
Right here.
I don't care. Does it have things?
I didn't.
We're
Oh
just
wait,
trying
I
to find
did
a place.
actually.
We got to work as a team here.
Yeah.
Find a place that everybody wants to go to. Is that? Can we eat there? Can humans eat there too?
I was like,
Yes.
when you told me to do it, I was like, that makes more sense.
It's actual meat.
Yes.
Is Sweaty good with it? Is Bartok good with it? Is Liz good with it?
Nah, I said he's gone. Complex.
I trust your
I
judgment.
mean, it makes sense.
Bro, I love it. He's got a great
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
You've also been here more than we have.
Hell yeah.
So happy. I just, I was always hanging around with him, so it's like,
No, I know.
That was good. All right.
The other side of the pond.
Oh, look at the fucking fries.
All right, we're there. You know poultry, I assume, yeah?
Paris, but I want to go back to the bad. Like, I had so much fun. I felt like walking around. I felt like it was like in New York.
yeah, again, I feel the same when I go to New York.
Danny found a spot.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Place to eat. What?
He wouldn't eat Korean barbecue if he eat what?
Right about the stats about it. It's like a whole thing.
What? No, it's like a burger. I don't know, burger. No, they have other stuff too.
So what are we doing?
Going wherever Danny wants to go.
All right.
I like Korean barbecue, but
mushroom let a vegetarian pick out the different
He says there's meat.
I'm not really. I'll walk with you over
there.
I'm going to say something really that's going to offend everyone. I don't like tacos.
Yeah, we're going to get food now. Someplace that Danny
Someplace
knows.
Danny wants to go.
It's not tacos.
Yes.
I'm going to go to Med.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't mean mugging. No.
He's just jealous I said your titties are better than his. It's fine.
No, I wasn't mean mugging. I tilted my head down so the logo was in the picture. I was like, we're going this way to go get meat. Irish and the cake. Slap him in the back of the head.
Tell them you're going to see him tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. We're going to be roaming the floor tomorrow.
Are you coming with us?
Bye.
We got buy-in. We got buy-in from everybody. Everybody's good.
Oh, sick. All right, you down? All right.
Which way is it? That way? Oh, we're going that way. Sorry.
Get some cool shots and shit, you know?
Yeah, I need to figure out my approach to all these the younger generation.
My gift sub thing into her, but someone else.
All right, we're moving.
So messed up.
All right, sorry, I'm not paying attention. Let's see. Trying to organize eating food.
It may also not have a clue what the hell is going on.
We're going to some place that Danny wants
With
to
all the shared chat, it may not have any idea what the hell is going on.
Where is it at? Alcoholic ice cream.
She's even cool.
I want to try this. I'm very intrigued.
We're getting food.
Where you guys?
And then we'll get
I was
alcohol.
hoping they would come.
Someplace
But he's
Danny
hanging out
found.
with MBK.
Yeah.
They serve
Okay.
together.
The top hat guy that does the OBS from the backpack is not his house. I'm gonna try to stream snipe you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
It's some place that Danny knows. I don't know.
Top hat and the IRL stream. I'm like, holy shit.
He said it's good.
Is that the guy that was carrying around like a whole
If
PC
it's not
or
what you
whatever?
want, we'll go
Rob's
somewhere
250
else.
next. He's got a fucking keyboard attached to his neck.
Huh.
Small keyboard like this.
And what's he doing with it? Just changing scenes and
Yeah,
stuff?
he controls his entire computer from the keyboard.
Where's the computer? His bag?
Yeah, it's not. He doesn't
Yep.
put into his home.
That's insane.
I'm like, I have so
That's
many
basically what it is.
I'm gonna hit you guys up later.
Okay.
Mushroom, are you waiting? Come on.
I was gonna. Oh, he's come with us. Roll deep.
You're fine. You're fine. I get it, man.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice to meet everybody. Tomorrow, same thing. So tomorrow there's like a few IRL meetups and stuff, but like we can link up
Where?
early and then contact.
Ice cream and chocolate shop? Absolutely, let's go.
Yeah.
I think that was like good. And then people could like roll up to us. And
This,
stuff.
Liz wants
this
pizza.
is why I do this. Like, I don't give a shit about most of that stuff that's
Yeah,
in
no,
it.
no, no.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, it's this. That's this. It's this place. It's this place right here called The Melt. I don't think. I think they do other things.
Upstairs.
Again, if they don't have what you want, we'll go get pizza. I don't care. If all they have is burgers, we'll go find something else.
Is there seating up there? Yeah. Is there seating upstairs? We got. We got a
Yeah,
bunch.
it's-
That's all right. We don't need a TV.
It's all burgers.
We got like 10 people. That's good. We'll figure it out. Close enough. Yeah.
Do you want pizza?
Ooh, that looks good as shit.
So do we order here?
Okay.
Okay.
I need pictures. You can tell Poultry's hungry.
All right.
You just jump around the machine.
I mean, everything
You
they
do a
love
chicken
is like
sandwich.
self-service now, so like, I'm sorry to do something.
Yeah. Me, all right.
You do what you want. If you want pizza, I'll get you pizza. Or if you want pizza later when you're drunk, I'll buy you pizza when you're drunk later. I don't care. What's up, champ? I know chat's crazy, champ. Sorry, man. Appreciate you hanging out.
Hey, give that to Poultry. Danny, give that to Poultry.
What?
Poultry.
Oh. That's yours. I think. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. He just said that was yours. I don't know. Do you see something that you want? She wants pizza, but
Are you getting food?
No, I had tacos.
Oh, did you have tacos? Is it pretty good?
yeah, champ, it's going crazy. Nothing.
Why did it stop?
Is it vibrating?
Because you did it.
You ordered over there.
Is it vibrating?
Yeah. I'll give it to you when it starts coming.
What do you want to?
What do you want to do?
I don't.
Everything.
I'm asking
No,
you.
but I don't want to leave, and then we have to hunt for them in Wild Goose Chase again. I don't want to do
I don't have to hunt for them. I can find them very
All
easily.
right, what happened?
Where's your pizza at?
Poultry Motion likes the mac and cheese.
I'm gonna go venture upstairs. See what
Okay. She wants pizza.
If I have to, I'll just get mac and cheese or something. I'm not gonna.
We will do pizza tomorrow for you.
Fine.
Okay. Oh no. Which mac and cheese do you want?
I think we're gonna sit up there.
Is that a grilled cheese?
There.
Cheesy mac and cheese, smoked
Oh, is
bacon.
that the drink?
Sure. Ooh, that sounds
They
good.
have like it's an off-brand, like the sugar cane. It's not like the product.
Yeah.
Did you order?
I'm going. I didn't want another burger. I had a burger earlier. I'm gonna.
Oh. That shows all the pictures over there. All right.
Alright, it shows all the pictures.
Yeah.
So let's go down.
I was. So that's your Mac Daddy right there.
Oh no, I don't want that.
You want that? One of those. And you can customize it.
I might just get that.
Oh, okay.
You want that?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll get up early tomorrow.
Okay.
You guys are trying to get again.
I think we're meeting
Nice
for
tomato.
breakfast at 7:30.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever, I'll hit you guys up in the morning.
All right. Good seeing you.
Do you want a fountain?
Yes.
Where do I get my cup?
Yeah, we can share those.
Yep.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
I don't want. I think I'm gonna try that.
That's what I thought about. You know what? I might get that too. I should probably. Take my take that off and get the patty melt. I'll eat that.
Is that what you want? Tomato?
Yep.
That's all you got?
Did you add a drink?
Ooh.
Head back.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, one day we'll do it again.
Yeah, we'll do it. Like I said, our goal tomorrow is just to roam all the booths we
I'm gonna do
can.
all the stuff and get the free food and all that.
Hell yeah. Down.
Definitely. Awesome.
All right, cool.
All right, see you later.
Yeah.
Do you want a water too?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Don't be that way.
Right, that was my first comment. It's like, ooh.
I think I did the all natural soda.
Oh, has he been trying to leave? I didn't realize. My bad. I can remove.
Why
it
is
from
Irish calling me?
I'll let you know.
30.
like the multi-stream. Some people don't like them.
Yes.
They live with free barbecue. Someone can't eat, I understand it. It's like man's intolerant.
Yeah. Joker. Ask Dan if he wants me to remove him from the stream together. I can do it from my computer.
It didn't give me a paper receipt.
You can maybe ask.
Yeah. If I ordered like the craft soda or whatever, okay. And where's it at?
Right there.
Awesome. Thank you.
That's why it's so freaking fun here.
What? What do you want? That's it.
Yeah. It's 12:13 in Indiana too, but I took a train, so I don't really feel like I have jet lag.
Diablo Black Cherry. Diet Cola.
Joker, does he want me to?
Should have used your hand.
Does he want me to end the stream together?
Yeah, I know. I think we're going upstairs.
Oh, my back.
I think so.
Yeah, they do.
I'd say one of us can also come down and grab it. Do you need help? Sweaty?
They cleaned up holding too much shit. Oh, thank you. Honestly, just saved my whole life. Look at this.
Sorry. I think that everybody went upstairs, didn't they? I'll bring your waters up when I get up and grab our food.
Yep. Nice to meet you. What's your Twitch?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
I'll give you a sticker.
Hey, Paul Vallette, thank you for the follow.
There you go.
One out.
Said he found a cafe last year.
You got yours to go?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was.
Oh no, we're hanging.
Staying in.
I don't want to carry this in the backpack anymore. Jonathan made me carry it all day.
We are at. No, it's Melts. The Melt.
I saw you.
The Melt.
You came in 22, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw you, but I wasn't doing this. I was.
Yeah, it's like a big it's got like orange sign stuff outside.
Pretty much at Amsterdam 2022.
Yeah.
I've done some before there, but it was more like testing.
Yeah. I think you were taking pictures.
All right, well, we're waiting for food, but yeah.
The equipment and stuff.
All right.
I was doing
All right, sounds good. Bye.
Yeah.
But yeah, Amsterdam.
He's got the dude
Oh
that.
my god, he's so Jonathan Morrow.
He is. Here, you want to run upstairs with the waters for Sweaty?
Oh, this is yours.
I've got two. Just go ahead.
This is ours.
Yeah, I know. Just give him the one. The other one's in my butt pocket still.
From
Is
the
it
Oh.
vibrating?
Yeah, the OG London.
I've been there when we were on European vacation.
Yeah, did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was going in a taxi. To be in taxi.
Yeah, we call them black cabs.
Black Cab.
Yeah, no, like the actual black one, the original black cab. Yeah.
It was very. It's all over him.
Oh, hey, here. That's Sweaties.
Side of the road. Like, I don't know if you've heard that from other Americans that in the London. It literally felt like you're gonna plow into the car.
Yeah, I get the same when I'm there. I was in an Uber the other yesterday or the day before, and I had to sit in the front because so many people, and it felt so weird. Because obviously the steering wheel's on the wrong side. Yeah, it goes.
They're all upstairs eating. Oh yeah, I was watching them rock around. Yeah.
This is Ham and Liz. Ham and Liz is to a drop. Hey, how's it going?
Nice to meet you. So this is the setup, huh?
This is the setup. You want to go upstairs?
They're upstairs sitting down to eat. Yeah. Go for it. Mush is up there.
Oh really? Okay, the reason I've got so many is in the partner area.
Huh?
You've literally got the whole things, and they just stack
Already ordered.
for free.
Where? At which con?
Yeah, in the partner area, yeah.
At 21 plus area?
No, partner area.
Oh, partner
Yeah.
We can't get in there.
Sorry, I thought you were saying parlor.
Sorry, that's my accent.
Says Halloween scavenger
Do you
hunt.
have another light? Do you have another light? Do you have one more? Later.
Oh, I fucking love them.
Plenty of IRL streamers here.
It's too much of it. You're not going to remember all of it. I'm going to struggle to remember.
Well, you have the bot, right?
There you go.
You have the bot.
Yes.
Jonathan, eat your food. Stop talking sense.
That's fucking beautiful. I don't know if that's scary. I feel like I've done something.
Champ, what are you up to?
For a while. I'm running OBS globally. No, I'm running a.
Oh yeah. Yep. Thank you. Have a good day.
So he's streaming with a full PC and a monitor and multiple cameras. Right.
Oh, sorry, man.
My bad.
Hey, guess what? They actually have ketchup I can eat.
Pam, sorry, I gave your wife my pickle again. Yeah, for the second time today. I'm sorry.
I got this pickle twice.
I'm sorry.
You son of a bitch. I saw him walking down the road there earlier. Wait, did we both get tomato on ours? Okay, that one's mine.
Here you go. Here's the remote camera. You can point that in. So that's being streamed right now.
If you want to.
So wait. I can show you here. Here's the monitor. There's the monitor.
I'm way too lazy for what I
got the lag. What is the keyboard? For operating OBS and anything else. Really?
Do you stream as well?
Yeah, it's like a
IRL, and I streamed once in a while.
an old media center controller. I used to have one for my first media center PC. Yeah.
And everything else going on, it's just.
You just gotta kind of live your life sometimes.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
Where's Dan
Outlet. I don't know.
be a partner just because he's
I don't know.
Oh wait, so we got three.
Yeah.
They didn't have much to work with.
Yeah.
I had to bring some of my spices. They gave us the basic recipe. Like, you know what?
Hey, it was the best river water I've ever drank.
Let's just drop our. Let's just drop everything.
Yeah, that's all. Like, he came in my neighborhood without telling.
But like, I think
Amazon boxes, where?
I'm like, it's happening right now. Call me. I'm bringing you.
I don't know. Somebody said Amazon boxes. I said where?
I feel very overstimulated, right? It's so many new people, and I'm like, what? It's been a lot today. What the
El Gordo.
That setup is wild.
How was the train?
Way too complicated for my liking, but
Yeah, the guy I thought was getting the train, I think he ended up just flying. Yeah. I met him today. Alex. For the first time, yeah, Alex.
compared to
I did it in 22. We sat in coach. Just my daughter decided last minute she wanted to go. So my wife was like, we're not paying for both of you to go out there. So I was like, I found
Yeah,
the
it's
train.
simple.
Yeah. And it was basically the same cost. Sitting
and then I
there.
realized they have all this on the counter, the table
So it's a
too.
little rough because there's no shower. Yeah. You sleep in your seat.
I thought you said there was a shower on
The one we were in.
Just like their soda all is made with cane
In a
sugar.
room, you have a shower. When I did it in 22, we just sat in coach. So you sleep in your seat, but you can get up and walk around. You can go to the observation bar. You can buy a snack in the snack bar.
Why does it say that it's
This year, my mom
3 meg,
She's like, but I'm not.
and yet it says low bit rate?
She said she was going to pay for it, so she paid for it. I took one to New York in January. Same thing. We had a room.
Huh?
So that one was only 24.
Oh yeah.
DC and then New York, yeah.
Let me eat first.
Yeah, last year I did that Pacific Surf line up to Orange and to hang out with a couple of other streamers.
Yeah.
That was a really nice train. Yeah, I was surprised because like I was told, you know, trains are shit in the US and everything, and it was better than most, because I've traveled around the UK so much, it was better than most of the trains I've been on in the UK. And cheaper as well, so I'm guessing it's subsidized or something.
The prices are pretty good.
Because it was way cheaper. Like that same distance in the UK, it cost me like $40 or something. In the UK, that same distance, those tickets are like 200 quid.
Yeah. No, I mean, everybody on the train, like the room attendants and everything, they treat you, I think, like what it was used to be like the fly. Like
Yeah,
first
like,
class,
and that's what I picked up on. Even on that 2-hour journey, like the way it was like boarded and everything, it felt more like a flight. Like they were putting a lot more effort in.
Like it has that class.
Yeah. In the UK, they don't give a shit.
So you having fun?
Now on airplanes, it's like heard the cattle on the plane and get to our destination.
So that's what I tell people, like flying nowadays. That's just how you get to where you're going. Yeah. There's no like in the roulette.
Why is this?
Which is the lowest part of the room. Like you can get bigger rooms. They pick your bags up, put them in, on the train for you. They make your bed.
Oh,
at night. They can bring your meals to your room, or you can eat in the dining car. Like the cool thing for me, and I think I said this in my stream too. Like everybody else is coming to TwitchCon.
I see now why it's saying
When
low
I get
bit
done
rate.
with this, I get back on the train and I get to do that.
Yeah, the whole
that whole trip.
Yeah, I nearly got lucky and I nearly went on a press trip on the Orient Express. But someone else ended up
That should be
going
better.
instead.
Hey, there we go.
I thought that would have been a lot of fun.
Bam! We're at the Melt.
Yeah, there's that
pretty
other
good.
one as well I looked at before. Is it the Rocky Mountaineer?
There's one in pizza, but everybody else wanted this.
Up to like Canada. Or Banff
We'll
or
get pizza
somewhere.
later.
Yeah, so it goes out the west coast. And it just goes through like mountains and stuff. I've been on some trains going through like Austria in the winter. That's pretty cool. Just going through like all the snowy mountains and towns and stuff. I've been on some random journeys in my life. Like.
And they were like, well, it's an action camera. I'm like, wow, giving people action.
No, I go on for hours about this struggling with having This is now my favorite camera.
I needed that.
So all the stuff that you've been doing, was it while you were streaming? These trips and stuff? Or
Nah, this is all before I started streaming.
Okay.
I mean, because, what was it, 2023, the goal was I was trying to get to every city in the UK.
Oh, wow.
All 76 cities. So during 2023 on my streaming, I was doing a lot of like train journeys, but just in the UK.
Yeah.
I love his
And like,
I know.
signal was just absolutely terrible on the trains in the UK, and it was just like bad. It's just not very interesting on the UK trains.
Yeah.
So then I'll just end up finding dumb things to do. Like I'll go through pretending to be a ticket inspector and like say tickets please. And like used to play
Like, I know we're like eating somewhat like crap, but it's like
where like you put like
You're-
it says like a name of a celebrity or something, and then you do like yes or no questions. Yeah. But obviously
I'm at
with delays and stuff,
14,000
it makes it a bit
steps.
trickier. it still works though, so you can still do it with chat. And, like,
The food is
that's
really
not
good.
bad, like, it's a bit of fun. It helped pass the time on some of the longer journeys.
what's it at now? How many?
It's all local.
Nice.
Picture in picture, face scan, and then an hour's cam. And then got overlays and all that shit. 4-inch PC.
I'm way too lazy for that.
That's the one drawback of that.
From a what? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just be something to look at. I did all the wiring. Yeah, I know.
It's a cool setup, man.
Yes, yes. Well, you have like drone frames.
Hey, Allie. Allie, she's in Mushrooms chat. Liz and Ham say hi.
I can't believe it's only 9:30. It feels like it's, I guess it is. It's like midnight.
Well, isn't that
Those are
What time is it for you?
I don't even know.
3 in the morning.
My brain's not working. It's like it's a 9-hour difference.
Yeah.
So like I'm like London's like 9 hours ahead. So yeah, it's like some time in the bloody morning right now. Like, yeah, my body clock is. I definitely want to be a
At the very least, we can take that with us.
We're wearing Tegan's shirts tomorrow.
For later.
Pink ones,
Pink
yeah.
ones, yeah.
The bright pink ones.
So
I know.
I guess he
I meant
updated
while we're
the
walking
QR
around.
code so that it says something like, you probably saw one of my shirts or.
Yes, I'm not.
So what'd your wife say about you coming out?
What's that?
I'm not in pink.
She actually is the one who told me to.
Good.
Yeah, that's
It's a very bright pink.
Yeah.
I would respect that. It is. It definitely gets attention, and I think that's the point. Yeah, basically, it's like that, like a neon pink. Yeah, yeah, we call it a high vis. Yeah, the high vis.
If you're gonna twist my arm about it.
that went. I was hoping you were going to come. When it came time to leave, I could have left at like 8 o'clock, but I kept like finding. Are you staying in the crash
Gaslamp? Yeah. This is the first time I'm staying in like the Gaslamp area. In previous years, I've been about a mile and a half.
Well, now you can tell her that she has to come because she has to come hang out with Liz.
To me, it's nothing. But I noticed you just lose a lot of time in between.
I know.
And things happening in the evening.
I was just gonna say that.
You know, and I missed a lot of stuff. So this year I was like, I'm gonna spend a bit more and stay in Gaslamp, so I don't miss that. And now this year I just don't care to do anything, so I didn't make use of it anyway. So it's nice. It is nice being in Gaslamp. Having to so much stressing about. I feel very lucky with the pursuit. Like 45 minutes. Right, yeah. So, do you know what? I would hate TwitchCon to be in London.
You play Helldivers, don't you?
Yeah, I did it. I haven't done.
Right? Yeah,
I opened it up again for the Halo update. I was like, I gotta get the ODST armor.
They just
Yeah, did you farm your 1,500 freaking credits?
I was going to try that, and then I was like, no, I'm just gonna buy it.
Luckily, we found out how much it was going to be like 2 weeks ahead of time.
Oh yeah,
and just started farming.
The hotel was quite close. Okay, so it's like it's nice. Like I would commute each day at that point if it was in London, because I live on the other side of London where the convention centre is. I would have to like trek across, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, like Bitchy stopped playing it.
London's a bad city.
Cloud, I don't think ever did.
I don't think they would. I don't think it's so expensive, but the infrastructure is just the convention centre is just away from. It would be like Vegas. Yeah. Like everyone would be so spread out. There's nothing at the convention centre, so people won't really be staying
like we wouldn't have run into each other.
Yeah, everyone would be all over the city. So
Oh yeah, she does, but she's not very high level. Yeah. I don't think she plays a whole lot.
Yeah, exactly.
We play with Q and Joel a lot.
Cities like London or Vegas.
Lens and QSTY. I think I said that right. I don't remember. Joel, Q, sorry I butchered your names.
I forgot your stream.
You're good. Well, technically, this is a picture-in-picture on my stream right now. And Mush is, it's Mush's cam that's the main feed.
Yeah,
and then I'm mic'd up on his screen. So his chat's getting like half the conversation. It's great.
It just carries on the whole weekend, and I like that. And I think that's the way it should be.
Dan went back to watch the rest of that.
Lizard.
That like ring thing that was happening on the other side of the
So.
convention center. What's that? So behind the convention center, you know, there's that
Yeah,
big
yeah.
shelf.
Yeah, I was not determined to
Yeah, there was
get him
like
on.
an EDM thing happening. We were
Right, okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, they were practicing to do it. There's a hamburger place out in the convention center on that dock.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's awesome. We sat out there and like,
It's better than the food inside.
yeah.
At least it's stuff that's
Well, I don't really eat inside. Yeah, I'll be honest, like, the best thing about getting
It's just new.
is the partner area and just getting free food in the street.
It just seems like a
As I
big
said, like, the Red
setup.
Bull thing, yeah, they just got fridges full of Red Bull. So,
We'll have to find it tomorrow. It's a hit ring.
yeah, if I see you tomorrow, I'll give you some. But that's the spot. I might go check that out tomorrow.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll send you.
Does it get busy or what?
ADHD. We were like the only
No, dude, you're good.
people out there.
That might be a shout.
You are good.
Yeah, I might end up heading out there.
What time are you going to the convention tomorrow?
I'm probably going to go there for open time.
We were standing there.
I'm probably going to try because
I wasn't even looking at the
was
thing
so
behind me,
messed
but I
up
was like,
for
this
me.
is hard to
I
watch.
might try
I'm
and
not even watching.
What?
The guy
I need
parallel
to check what
parking.
I've got saved on the schedule.
He hit that Tesla like
The IRL round table.
at least.
Somehow didn't leave
This is the thing I don't
But you
like.
saw, I watched the car go.
They started
it.
But you know what that
They
means?
did a whole system.
That means that the Tesla's camera's turned
the
on.
level that each of the workshops and stuff was. And I was hoping they were going to carry that on because it would say if it was a beginner, medium, or pro. And like, it was really useful because a lot of these workshops and stuff they put on, a lot of the time they're beginner workshops. But it doesn't
Teslas
say
have
that, and you can't really tell that.
a gyro in
I
it.
went to this round table.
And if it feels a bump,
it was
it's
definitely-
always actively recording around it. But if it feels a bump,
so
it
I ended
reverts
up
the footage 30
giving
seconds
a lot of advice to people on
and
my
stores
table
it.
and- talking people through a lot of things just because, you know, these old people.
So it got a picture of him, his license plate, all of us around.
Yeah, I was surprised I didn't learn anything when I go to them. So, ends up feeling a bit like a waste.
Yeah, we all tried to go, but they couldn't stream.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Streaming an IRL.
That's another thing. Especially like with the other ones, but the IRL one, like
Scotch.
Oh, isn't the
what would be more
Scotch
useful
goes.
to show somebody?
Tessos have a Greek sandwich with a delicious shaved meat in it.
community meetups or something.
Yeah, you know.
So I'll definitely want to be like over at that. For sure.
So we ended up just sitting around a table and doing our own panel.
Yeah, might as well.
Like I was like so relaxing. Like
I'm happy we stopped there.
You know the guy's name, John SF?
Yeah.
We had a burger earlier
He came up
today.
to us and he's like, hey, if you guys have any questions,
Down by the water.
I've been streaming IRL for 10 years.
Right before a
he's
rave
been around a
started.
long time.
A rave started?
Which was very weird.
He goes, oh, like, you guys have some pretty good stuff.
Or it was an EDM festival.
Yeah, because that's the thing. That's why I think these panels should have like what level they are.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really interesting. Yeah.
Sounds like
Very.
you loved it.
So like,
What's
having
there?
stuff set for them.
No, I actually do like EDM.
Having stuff set for people who kind of have been doing it a while would be good as well. And I know they do sessions in the.
So for those of you in chat, this is better than them stupid fucking gummies.
And that was a lot more advanced.
So we bought a roulette. It's called pickle roulette.
Okay.
And so for $15, we do pickle roulette. And it's a bag of sour gummies. And you have a choice. Watermelon, green apple,
Just chatting and travel community.
Yeah, I think Dan's in
green apple, watermelon, lemon lime,
yeah.
or pickle.
Okay.
The first one I got pickle. And it was whoa. Like you would think like pickle, oh, not that bad. No, you throw the citric acid that they throw on those, the citric acid crystals to make it sour on top of oh my god, and I had that taste in my mouth for like 30 minutes afterwards, and then he redeemed 4 more. And I'm like, no. Everyone, I'm like, I don't want to do this.
You got me some black cherry.
That's awesome.
It does feel nice to sit down. I took a shower. I went back to the hotel, took a shower. I was like, I really want to go back. Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah, I nearly didn't come back out. I laid down and I was like, but then I was in someone's room and they said that I have to come and I hadn't met these people, so I was like,
yeah, I'm gonna go get a refill.
Said hi, and then did the Irish goodbye like I always do. So I just got up and
Was it
left
good?
and didn't say anything.
Nice.
Now I feel tired. Now I've eaten lunch. Now I'm ready for bed. I'm ready to go to sleep.
Yeah, we might call it early.
The thing is though, walking back down gas tank, you know you're going to get pulled into something. Yeah.
Sweaty gets stopped by
Jonathan, aka John Wick.
And he's very chatty, so he'll like, yeah, I'm Sweaty Pedals. And then there's a whole thing. And they start asking about his setup. Thank you.
here's mushrooms, drink, and napkins.
Hey, I couldn't eat all this crap here. It's good for you. Keep you young. Cool.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I think I'm actually gonna make my way though.
Black cherry
It's only
cola.
10 o'clock. Damn, this is late for me.
So are you streaming tomorrow, or are you just wandering around?
I'm not streaming at all. Not even just
Oh.
here, just everywhere. Just not streaming.
Hey,
I don't
try
know how I
this.
ever stream again.
That's their black cherry.
Not anytime soon.
The one that's called Diablo Black Cherry or whatever. It's really
Well,
good.
I switched to just phone streaming for the last sort of month or two that I was, and I will say the weight difference is very
No.
nice. It is a very nice.
All right, we're done eating. Back to the single cam.
There is downsides to it. The stabilization is a lot worse, especially from DOB stuff. And Also, the connections aren't as good, but the trade-off of like being able to get into more places and not be told you can't come in with cameras and the weight, just the pure weight. Because I've got to carry all my camera gear as it is, so like my pack would usually run 20 kilos. Just as a normal pack, what's that, like 45 pounds or something? So yeah, it's like with all my camera gear and the batteries of the Stream Ring, my bag would always be very, very heavy. So when I started doing the bigger streams, like
I'm ready to find alcohol.
45 miles. Like I'm carrying.
I'm not
much,
either.
like,
I want
stream,
a drink
my bag
there.
was like 35 kilos. Yeah. It's just like it's a good workout, but.
What?
I was like, I thought Danny left. Was he sitting right there?
She's in Bartox.
Oh, is he? Yeah, I thought he got his food and dipped. Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm gonna head off, go get to my hotel, go for a sleep, have a
Was
shower.
that name? What was your name?
Poultry Lotion. Yes.
John.
John, yeah. It's weird, like, cause I don't yeah, I'll be around. It's weird because I never use, I don't even use my real name at work. I go by Chicken. But with Stream, it's
Tarkov.
I go by Poultry. I've been called Chicken for like 3 years, so I just kind of go by
I
that.
played it. Ziggy gave me her like secondary key for a while, and it was okay.
Yeah, exactly. At least on Twitch it feels cool.
Tarkov.
Alright, see you next.
Sweaty.
It was good.
Poultry's leaving.
Yeah, and I mean when like I already dedicated enough time to like Helldivers and all that stuff. And pitchy, like I like the game, but it was like there was so much like, oh, you need to learn like what loadouts to bring, and you got to learn like but yeah, but okay, like you do a Helldivers mission though, it's like 20 minutes, you're done. You do a Tarkov mission, like if you do it right, it can be hours. So that's my only thing. It seemed like there was a lot of time dedication to Tarkov.
I am fine.
That's why all creators are pretty cool. It seems like it's like more like short, kind of fast paced.
More like old school Call of Duty used to be.
Yeah. Roughly, maybe.
Like I miss Warzone 4.
I can't even imagine Warzone anymore. I know Pitchy and Taka's getting me straight. I just want to uninstall Call of Duty from my computer.
It's like 300 gigs.
I just wanted to uninstall Call of Duty from my computer.
It's like 300 gigs straight up.
It is a lot.
Yeah, I mean the advantage that we have is that we run NVMe drives for our OS and like a little bit of a storage drive, but then all of our games are on a 7,500 RPM platter drive. We run an 8 terabyte platter, so and it's got a 5 or a 7 year warranty on the platter drive. So if it ever fails, it's not going to fail before we get new PCs.
Yeah, exactly.
So
It's too much. Like, it's cool.
I figure we'll be on like a 4-year rotation for new PCs. That's right before the coolers will start to go out and stuff. So
Yeah, I'm surprised they're running my build for over 5 years now.
we started streaming on a build that I literally slapped together with parts.
Yeah, that's essentially what
It was a Dell. No, it was was that the Dell or the HP? It was either a Dell like 7860 full tower pre-built case, and I just threw a graphics card into it and more RAM. And it had a Xeon,
One of the guys that was there was
a Xeon bronze
they were like the
processor in
gaming
it.
nerd, like whoever he said, like the
And
gaming
then-
nerds, like give her
and
like
then,
a word about a game.
I built my stream, my new rig,
If she doesn't know what it's about.
and that became her rig.
But she did pretty good for Helldivers.
And then it went from being her rig when we built her PC to then it became the Stream PC. Then I got a better version of that box from somewhere. Moved the graphics card over into it.
Oh, sweaty.
Dan rated you. Dan just rated you. NYC. So then it became the Stream rig. Then I got a different one. So I gave my kid, our son, that rig. It's been around, and it's still around. It's going to become our new 7 Days of Ice.
I already memorized it.
Yeah, we're going to start hosting our own 7 days. You're welcome. Soda.
Just black cherry soda. I think tonight might be an early night.
Does the guy at the table know
The guy
he's hot mic?
No, he's hot mic. Oh, over there. Yeah, I had him pulled up on my phone.
Dan caught a free rave.
No, he's also streaming.
We're gonna be out late.
If you go to his channel, he's streaming he's streaming the
And
same
drinking
video feed. So he's
Wait, tonight?
We're co-streaming.
Or tomorrow?
He's using this camera.
No, I'm good. I'm
on
good.
his channel.
Is that what Mush wants to do? I'm down for that.
What do you want? You know that you have this stuff, right?
I do. What? Yeah, I know.
Oh, because they were like,
yeah.
50_screen says, is that flash in the background?
Joker, you don't say.
No.
Says, what's up, my guy? If y'all want good food, check out the Trash Cafe. Have all named chicken sandwiches. We had that tonight walking around after Twitch time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. He was talking about going to going and walking around at Coronado. You cool with that? Cool.
I just don't want to do this.
Yeah, the gas lamp is...
Tomorrow night, yeah.
It's fucking free. I really like
Yeah.
We have our freedom snacks for that reason. Yeah. We can turn on we can make it crazy. All girls have it. We can actually turn
No, not at all. Not at all. No,
Oh, really? We're going to be at the car.
No. We're going Coronado? Okay. No. No, we're just going to go do some nighttime sightseeing.
I'm so pumped.
If you want.
I feel crowded.
It's a circle beat down. Give me the shake. Did he say I swear mushrooms my dad right now?
get some sleep, or whatever you're gonna do. Wait, no, it's like the morning where you are, right? Come on. Lunchtime is over, yes. I forgot you're on the other side of the world, yes.
Oh, does he have a QR code on his thing?
I do. That's a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Mark going?
I don't know.
Mushroom sauce and almond Liz gaming. Thanks for the follow.
Almond Liz. I think we're gonna go.
That's
there.
mushroom sauce.
Oh, mushroom sauce.
Yeah. I think.
I'm Hammer, and that's Liz.
Hey, you're on my remote camera. Here, you want it? You want it?
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Grab it. Take it.
Play with it. Look into it. Point it at someone else.
Look into his eyes and tell it your deepest,
I
darkest
think we're gonna go over to Coronado.
Point it at your chest.
Yeah.
Not the time of a goddamn life.
The fucking Catalina wine mixer.
Yeah.
How are we all gonna get over there, though?
Huh?
How are we all gonna get over there? Though? Where's he at?
The other place. I don't know. Thank you. He said go that way and keep going. But I forgot which way he pointed.
Oh, he's down here.
I didn't know we had plans. That's the thing.
Retribution. Wait a minute.
Yes. Yeah. Who was sitting right here?
The Outlier Archive.
How'd you get here? Before that.
Irish Beast?
Where's Irish?
Walking around somewhere with MBK?
He went with someone. He was like, I'm going to do blah, 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 to find other people. He dropped off Jay. Jay's already dropped. I'll fuck it up anyway.
Irish Beast just like dropped me off.
Thank you for the follow, RFS Dan.
What?
I said thank you for the follow.
Oh, did you get... Let Sweaty know that Dan raided him.
So we're gonna need another vehicle.
I don't know either, Sweaty. I don't know either, but I need one of those sweet Tiki Taco Tony stickers.
I got one.
His beard's all glittery. So Liz, he says that he knew Liz, and I'm like, the name, it sounds familiar, but I'm like also drawing a blank. Yeah. Yeah, him and Liz Gaming. Okay. Whose channel would you have come from originally?
I need to get a picture of
Okay.
Whatever angle you want, let me know.
All of them.
All of them. He wants all the angles.
All right, now from
I don't want you in one position. I want you in all positions.
That's crazy. So how much does that weigh?
6 pounds.
And you're going straight?
That's not as.
Are you going?
You know what I did?
That's not as bad as your.
I weighed 10 of my women friends' purses, and I got an average weight. And it was like the average weight of their purses was like 7 pounds or something. And so this is slightly lighter than the average woman's purse.
And how much does that weigh? Here, hold on.
It looks like it's all carbon fiber.
It is.
Did you hold it? No, but it almost
No.
weighs less than that.
It's about the same. That's not like sliding out, is it? Oh no, okay, it sits there. Okay.
It's like Velcro. Did
I see?
Yeah, how long does it run on the batteries?
So, with these batteries,
This never happens. This never happens to me.
Yeah.
Because they're 9,500 milliamps. So one of those batteries will run the rig for like 4.5, 5 hours. These batteries are smaller, so I'm only going to get like 3.5 hours.
You know how you fix that? Take the train. That's how I got here. I took the train from Chicago.
Okay, from Chicago. Okay, all right. I'm in Florida.
Okay.
So it'd be a little bit longer.
I love it. I'm trying to get people to do it next year on the same train.
Like Amtrak?
Yep.
Okay.
I streamed the whole thing. I had Starlink in the window.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. If you give me a follow, check my
I'm gonna
my
follow all
VODs.
you guys.
Nice.
When I get back to my room, I'm gonna.
But the funny thing about this is a great idea because we're doing all this stuff and then just sending it back to OBS at our house.
You used to go by hand.
You're just doing it from here. And then it gives you all the options that we don't have with this. Multiple cameras, different, everything you can do on a computer at your house.
Well, yeah, all my scenes.
You're doing it here.
I've gone by hammer
Yeah.
since I was like
Whenever back
12,
home, I go to like
playing video games.
Yeah.
nearby cities, but like,
Yeah.
and I just put the city name.
Did you see the
last
wherever I am that
one?
night? I just type in the city name in
Yeah.
that layer.
Was that the one
So how many
why you
connections
put
are
in
you
the different router?
Like cellular connection.
No, actually, you're right.
Okay.
That
So
is
did
the
you have
last
any
one
trouble
we played.
today in
We
the?
played another
Yes.
one that was at a
It was-
venue.
But it was
Okay.
weird because I had great bandwidth, and then it would drop to like nothing.
I had
It would, but not zero. It would drop to like
Nice.
Like right now, I've got.
I must have missed that one.
Yeah.
Which is weird. That had to have been before. Was it
Yeah.
before last
Like,
TwitchCon?
Like, oh, you're lagging. But it wouldn't disconnect. I just posted
We can figure this out.
I posted my VOD, and
Yeah.
it was a single.
It messed up. It had to have been when I was on a business trip then. Because that's about the only time I don't pay attention to your stream is when I'm on business trips.
We have a fix for that.
There are like
It's a combination of what you're doing and what
Yeah,
I'm
I
doing.
know.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So this, what I'm using is a Bella box. I'm sure he told you.
I've heard of everyone using those.
So I'm using 3 connections. So I didn't have any drops in the convention today.
Okay.
Because I've got T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. So if you had a Bella box,
Don't
that had
zoom in on me. They're
HDMI
gonna see my nose hair.
You could use that connection from your computer into the Bella box, and then up to the cloud, and then wherever like we're doing, and you'd get the connection bonding feature. So you could, you're gonna have to pay for 3 connections, but
Right. That was gonna be.
it's just if you want to do that. Now, you probably don't run into that in
'Cause
your
it died.
normal,
I do not.
just something like this. So.
Yeah, I do not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Normally it's really good.
Yeah.
And I can. There's a lot of.
I ended up having to
buildings
connect to the Wi-Fi in here.
And then other buildings I've learned there's certain like restaurants I cannot even walk into the door and then because
Really?
it just drops to nothing.
But you can always connect to Wi-Fi
IRL
too,
Pro
right?
would tell you
Yeah.
if you're not getting any, it would just drop off.
Yeah, that's cool.
No, I like having the option.
Yeah.
I mean, at home I can just plug in my Ethernet cable
Right.
directly into my box
Yeah.
and not have to worry about any of that.
Yeah.
And then I can plug the whole kit into the
like watching.
wall.
Like what is it?
Yep.
If I have.
Hold on, I'm mic'd up by. I'm mic'd.
Now that we're
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
Yeah.
hold on.
just kidding. It
Oh.
was a joke.
Oh, okay.
It's cool.
I was like, hold up.
Nobody else
Well,
has
we had somebody do that today. Liz is wearing a fucking mic right here that's glowing blue, and lady leans in to whisper
And it
into her
starts
ear
the
like
conversation.
some like personal
Great.
shit. I'm like, I like reach over and yank the mic off of Liz's
I
chest.
made a really simple little web page.
She's like, oh, I'm glad I didn't dox myself. I'm like, yeah, because I ripped the mic off my wife's chest.
It's an overlay.
A browser source.
Yeah.
And at the end of
Good
the
thing I don't
browser source,
auto-publish
just
my
put
VODs.
the, as a parameter, I just put
What?
And then, so then
Was there a
my
line
script
for
goes out to a
the
weather
for the
service
potty?
and collects the weather data for
From
that
where
zip
you
code,
are.
and then gives me my temperature and humidity and my local time.
Yeah. And you could even
I was
tab
telling
up other streams.
Sweaty
while you're
like
here.
turned his stream on for a second, go BRB, and like he goes,
cool.
and he gets ready to turn. I'm like thinking he's gonna tell me something
Right.
secretive. I'm like reaching for the mic to rip it off to move it. And he goes, no, I'm just messing with you.
Like now that we're on that, I gotta tell you.
had a lot of problems with Windows. I constantly struggle with Windows.
By the way,
Yeah.
if anyone's ever hung out with me in person, you know I do.
Microsoft, I'm talking shit about. It's kind of annoying.
Right. You're also doing,
No
just
one's
like us,
safe.
you're also doing things that none of this stuff was designed to do.
Right.
I saw Danny.
But yeah, that's cool.
He has his bike. He just came from
Windows
Bend,
11 is
Oregon.
okay.
No sleep.
You take the time to like turn off all the junk.
Yeah.
To downtown. 50 hours. And then rode his bike in an hour to downtown San Diego.
And I'm going to TwitchCon tomorrow.
Huh.
He just yawned for you.
What do you do for work? Like, what do you do for like your regular job?
Oh, I'm well, that's a long story, but I'm doing software development.
Okay. I knew it had to be some kind of like tech or.
I did professional photography for like 10
Oh,
years.
yeah? Nice.
But I did a lot of industrial stuff. I wasn't doing like weddings.
Yeah.
I was shooting like buildings, construction.
Right. And these are Action 4s, yeah, that you're using? The 5s.
Action 5.
Okay.
I love this camera.
I have an Action 4 in my bag.
I love this camera. This blows away the GoPro at night.
Okay. You want to go? With this thing.
Not
is-
even GoPro is like flat.
Yeah.
And this thing will have a nice picture.
Yeah. Yeah. People comment on this. The low light for the Pocket 3 is. I love DJI. I'd love for them to sponsor me.
Yes, Chef Maki.
I'm trying to find like some professional drone operators. I know a few. I just haven't been able to get in touch with them.
I have one.
We have one. We know one.
I have one that won an Emmy.
So, because
Oh, I was thinking.
all I have to do is
I was
take
thinking Rinja.
all I have
No,
to
no.
do is take an HDMI cable
No.
from their controller. I've actually done a test and it works.
Bot says join our community over on Discord.
Here, I'll give you.
Stream updates and more.
They're like, oh, either they came down and I didn't see them, or they're still up there.
So this guy
Downstairs, like,
is in the same line of work that I am. I don't typically announce it on stream, but he got his start by streaming funeral.
I'm on stream too, so
Right, I
I
know.
don't want to say anything.
Funeral processions for police officers that have passed in the line of duty. But he won an Emmy doing all kinds of drone stuff, and he started the drone program for the department that he works for. So if you want somebody to talk to about drone stuff, I would definitely recommend.
I mean, I'm all the way in Florida though, so I'm trying to find someone.
Oh, you
What
want
I
them to
wanna
be
do,
where
I
you
wanna
can.
do- I want to do live streams
Yeah.
from taking because I can easily grab
Yeah.
the HDMI out from the DJI.
And we're testing it where so
feed it into my OBS.
Right.
I'm
I did it
sourcing
with- I've done it with
Mush's
this, but yeah.
Bellabox inject
It-
into
I've
my
done it
stream.
once.
Yeah.
So he's pulling his inject to his, you're pulling yours to yours.
I'm pulling his
Yeah, some of my
ingest from
early
him into
IRL
our
streams
stream.
with
And he's also
this
doing
setup
it.
I did with the drone. I don't have the drone anymore, but I actually sold it to buy this.
But I'm surprised that I don't see any of that.
When we're not sitting,
Yeah.
when we're not next to each other.
Hitch
yeah.
was doing it. I don't know if you watch Hitch. He's the guy
Yeah,
that got
on my
famous
end,
by hitchhiking across the
I had-
country to go to TwitchCon.
Well, like
So he
I was
does
sitting
biking
here.
streams now.
Yeah,
and he
when
has
I
a
was
drone
sitting here,
that he
I had
shows
my
up and
other
follows
phone up
them
with
on the bike,
IRL
and
Pro
he
as a
live streams,
picture-in-picture on mine, so they
Yeah,
could
so
see
some
us
people are doing
eating
it,
and
but yeah,
talking.
I'm not sure why more people aren't
I
streaming.
mean, I just did a general search for like drone streams.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it's so. Why people aren't doing
The
it.
voice meter figured out one way, which goes from the PC to the phone.
I don't know if it's
We can also
because it's
then,
so, you
because
can only
we
run it
have-
for 15, 20 minutes.
Don't pass out. Don't see.
Maybe.
Because
No. You and I have talked
You're
voice
using a
meter stuff
Bellabox
about
or a
so many
setup
different things.
where
You're
the stream's
referring
live
to
anyway, and you're just changing the video
the streamer bot.
You stop somewhere, you throw it up
B-band
15
stream.
minutes. That's just part of your stream.
Right, exactly. The computer can broadcast through
Right.
I don't know.
voice meter.
But
You just the problem
maybe
is
it's an
you don't
untapped
have
market that we haven't.
static IP address on your phone. But
Restrictions are probably
You
part
can.
of it.
Like NordVPN.
Limitations of where you can
Don't even
actually
need
do
that.
it. And
I already installed it.
Alright. You can do that, then I can figure out how to get it to your phone. And if you can
Not
do
on that
it
phone.
one way, you can do it the other way. You understand? You see where I'm kind of
Callie,
going?
yes. Thanks for coming back.
Where you can take an audio source.
Dodgers won, eh? Oh, you're in Barstock.
And then you just do. There's an app you can get for Android. It's it's like a dynamic DNS, but it's for your phone.
Seeing which that thing.
But you don't need a static IP for it?
It does a dynamic.
Pretty cool.
It's a dynamic DNS service that runs on your
What's the
phone.
red button do?
Yeah.
Something
It's
bad?
like I think it's like $10 one time buy.
How did I wanted, I thought would speak to that app and know what your dynamic
Because you just put in the DNS name.
Style little mini map.
Oh, it's a DNS
Yeah.
name to your...
Or like you own Sweaty Pedal,
Yeah, you have to have A record.
so you can make an AA record that points to your virtual DNS record.
Oh,
This is a lot of shit.
I got. There's an easy one for that.
Why do you think Liz took 5 steps back? She's like, nope, I'm out.
Well, you don't need to do it in Windows.
So you set your record
There's an app called RTIRL
phone because you
that we all use.
Okay.
So it shows, it grabs your location from your phone, and then you have a browser source. You just put in OBS, and it shows the map.
line them up. That's going to be the worst
You know,
part
yeah.
because we're going SRT.
Yeah. So like if I do this now,
Very unfortunate, but it is
people can go in my chat, and they can type location. You can also put up a window like you're talking about.
Alright, I got my wheels turning about it. At least the first one we could definitely do with A records and DNS. You just have to have like
Yeah, I do.
So you can, if you once you set up your account, it's free. It'll give you a browser source.
I don't have a camera. Mush does.
when it's working and I'm not inside, I guess. Oh, there we go.
I'm just hot mic.
So now that it's updated,
Oh, don't listen.
but when
Don't
you
listen
set up
to
your
what's
account,
about to happen.
grab the browser source and you can just put it in there, and you can have it pop up a little window that shows this map however you want.
Like you see these SRT and these
And it'll, as you move, it'll draw like a little breadcrumb thing.
That's perfect.
Yeah, so that's
So
similar
yeah, just
to
look
like.
up. It's called RTIRL.
I mean, it's different a little
My
bit.
phone.
Yeah,
Now is that going to work on Android?
yeah, it's on there too.
Well, like
Yep.
those are mine.
Anyway, this does work.
Yeah.
I actually have all mine set up.
I know. And
Which I mean, I can do one for you,
like 15
to my
Really?
computer on my back. I don't know why I got so confused. That's like where it gets like
Yeah.
in the phone, and you're like, I can do one for you. I got pumped up. I'm
just
sorry.
dig it in a little bit. No, honestly, I wanna figure out how to do that because for Pip, it doesn't make sense to
That's it.
have
I don't know what
a
we're
full
doing.
Bella box license. Just to
Thought
do
we
a
were
picture-in-picture
leaving, but maybe
pop up, every once in a while, or like sitting here for a little bit. So to have my own connection would be nice.
I always give him crap about adapters. He's using adapters.
Yeah. So are you on your mic?
Which adapter?
I have a photo to prove it.
Right here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not anymore.
No, this saved me so many times.
Yeah.
I have a USB cable that I got off of Amazon for this setup. So his goes this way. I found one that goes this way,
So, okay.
and then I had to convert it into USB-A.
I'm so proud of finding that adapter.
So for the past 2 years, I've been buying USB cables from Amazon, and I've been sending half of them back because the quality control is so bad.
Yep.
Like so bad.
Yep. I bought one. It needs to go back.
So one of the things I discovered is all of the cables that come with the right angle adapter, all of the ones I tried to stock.
Yep.
So that's why I got regular USB. I got a separate adapter.
So I'm talking the cable I bought is a right angle cable.
Yes.
Oh,
In my experience, maybe
So what are we doing?
In my experience,
It is.
We can't just
The whole cable is that thickness.
That's why
It's a really high gauge cable. It'll do
we do.
consistent 65 watt charge out
I'll see that.
when it's plugged into something that's putting out that much.
Who?
But
Yeah, there's nothing illegal about it.
what?
Climbing in the back.
It's that or he walks.
I'll climb in the back.
I'll climb in the back. I don't care.
I have no problem fitting in there.
Huh?
I have no problem climbing back there.
No.
What are we gonna do about sweaty though? I guess.
Yeah, I know.
Can he ride on the back of his? I don't think you can go across that bridge on a bike.
I've seen a video of someone getting pulled over on a bike.
Yeah, I think there's no like.
It's a sketchy ass shit. Especially at night.
Awesome.
_Debbie says Puma doesn't drink.
This is the action I was throwing out there.
Or we just go find somewhere we can sit.
Adnaval Razak says Puma doesn't drink alcohol.
I'm lost in this conversation. To Bark Talk.
Yeah.
I'm just ignoring it.
Adnaval Razak says you can get him a virgin daiquiri.
Oh no.
Sweaty and are going to start experimenting with setting up our streamer bot traffic. So we use Voicemeeter Potato, the virtual mixing board. So we're gonna start working on creating a virtual V-band that'll go out over the internet to send, basically creating our own browser link for our streamer bot sounds.
Yeah.
Because we both have so many sound effects built up in StreamerBot.
Yeah.
Who are you gonna choke with it? Everything. We play just about anything.
That has to be making people throw up.
What?
That has to make people sick.
FTK says I was talking with
Like
Puma
that.
and Selena during an IRL panel. I was looking for info about getting into IRL streaming myself.
I feel like watching that would make me throw up.
Yeah, it might. They said I should check out your stream.
Not the best quality. It broke.
Oh, really?
Oh, I got it.
That's why I just talked.
Oh, it was pretty cool.
Probably a screenshot.
He was talking about the real-time IRL.
It was fun to watch you on that because you'd be one spot and you'd be like, it was fun to watch on the train.
What do you need? Oh, you want
He just showed me. He showed me. He gave
Way,
me.
way ahead of you. Way ahead of you.
He gave me a demo of real-time IRL.
Yeah.
I was just going to show them the
No, but I wanted to see your overlay.
All of our overlays are kind of a bit different, but that's what I'm getting now. I'm living on T-Mobile right now. I'm on
Today's roundtable is just an informal clue and you're an expert. In this case, different IRL streamers.
Do you want to go up to Coronado?
Around every 10 minutes or so. It was super informative.
I don't know. I don't even. Where is? Oh.
Is yours working?
Which?
Can you pull up my
Rob wouldn't buy the X.
Did you follow?
Yeah, he said he'll follow
I
back.
set it up very quickly. Like this has been set up forever.
96,669 says big up Bark Talk.
Oh, that's a good idea, because people are always asking me to zoom in. Like, dude, zoom in.
So that's the overlay right there, and it has my RV kind of on.
Lord Zero FTK says I appreciate that.
They don't their chat that happened anyway. Where they're sitting there, but when the
I saw it.
It's funny.
Adnaval Razak says cool-looking building. Lord Zero FTK says no worries about answering questions. Enjoy your time out and about.
Jonathan, a.k.a. John Wick. Oh, hey. Hey.
You didn't ask your question. Do you like cats?
So I have three. I have Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile.
I don't have them with me.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
think it's a funny thing. If you get a weird reaction,
I like. What was the one when I'm
No, I have
allergic?
Starlink. So I took the train to
I
TwitchCon.
got a non-allergic option for you.
So I had Starlink on the train. But no, yeah, it is a mini, but it's about, I don't know, like the size of a sheet of paper. And I'm using the Bella box. And then I have two. These are the two of the connections, and the third one's in here on a little router.
How expensive is stuff like that?
So the parts for this is like $350-ish, somewhere in there. And then I pay, I don't know.
Everybody just saw you
Yeah.
pick your nose.
It's basically like a data plan for. So I got 3 of those. Let me show you. Oh, he's got my phone. But yeah, it's just a Bella box, and it's a mini computer. It sends the video and the audio up to the cloud, and then back down to my computer at home. Yeah. Yeah, and then.
See, this is when you need mushroom wipe.
But yeah, this just shows you all the signals and how much data I'm getting from each one, and then the software combines the 3 of them, so that way as I'm
when you were
moving,
talking about building an IRL box,
signals
this
change.
is why.
It keeps the quality pretty good.
Yeah, so that's what it's trying to keep me at a constant bit rate. So if AT&T drops, it'll bump up the other 2, or by, you know what I mean?
Do you think this is what most people here do?
Yeah.
Like that?
Well, I know.
Well, he did a 3D
I built
printed case
his,
at one point.
and I built Bartalks. He's doing something similar, but he's doing it on a phone. But he also has
None of
one
that.
of these
None of that.
he uses in his van.
I know.
He's got a Bella box, which is what this is. Yeah.
I got Celsius packets back at the hotel.
And he also has Starlink. Yeah. You should see his bike.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, he's got a Starlink on the back of it. Do you live here in San Diego? Okay.
Oh, just the shared chat on this mode with
On the
more
bike?
than 2 people, it gets off overwhelming.
Okay.
When Dan was in there, and Bart Talk, and Mush, and me, it was just like. I couldn't read anything. I turned TTS off.
Really?
Now it's at least calming down.
It's so hot up here.
Yeah, I know. It's getting hot.
Yeah.
We're going to go downstairs. It's getting hotter than crap up here.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have any questions, like I said, I build these. I built like 20 of them for other people.
A lot about it.
Yeah. Did I give you a sticker? Okay. Yeah, just I mean, that's my channel. The channel's on the bottom too, but
Are y'all collab streaming on Twitch right now?
3 of us are. So I'm actually the guy in the red shirt. I'm sending the video feed from my camera to his OBS, so he doesn't have to carry it.
I had the patty
and
melt.
I'm live too. So we're both live using this same camera.
Oh yeah, the burger smoke.
Earlier
Yeah,
today
it was
we
just
were
hot.
both live separately, but he didn't want to bring his stuff back out, so I just.
Who just raged you?
Jimmy the
Yeah.
King XL says on the con. This summer, Bartalk stars in TwitchCon, Convict, with live community from the convention, here for thrills, and heat skills.
I know.
Heat skills.
Background are you having this? Did you do this?
I believe.
I was in IT for
I
like.
don't know. We
10
talked
years
about a couple of
before
things.
my current job.
Jimmy the King XL says
But I've
One of
always
them
been
was
kind
going
of
to
a tech nerd or
Coronado
whatever.
to walk around.
Neck turd?
Yep. Same thing. Neck turd, tech turd.
Jimmy the King XL says it's almost 130 years, about to relax.
Hey.
Oh, Ghirardelli? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ghirardelli.
It's a Ghirardelli chocolate place. We might have to hit that up later.
Good. I usually go to Ghirardelli when I'm in San Francisco.
Yes.
Yes.
Amazing.
I really hope to keep in touch with
Yeah.
you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
It was great
I
meeting
hope
you.
we can share
Insight.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions tonight.
Okay.
That guy.
Walking in a whole mix
This
of
is my best friend.
We're all cameras on.
Please call me.
Yeah, tell us.
I could have went anyone.
Please, dude. That was so good. I literally was walking.
I agree. But it's kind of clever.
All right.
It is such a random question.
Did we figure out what we were doing?
Adios.
He wants to go to Coronado.
I know, he
I'm
wants
down
to
to go to Coronado. That sounds cool.
I'm down to go to Coronado. I'm down to go to Tiki Taco Tony. If he's over
Is he at his place?
Yeah, I mean, that's where he said he was going to be Friday night after. So, I mean, this is all hopping. We can just walk down the fucking street. Who cares?
I'm fine with whatever.
Where's Danny?
Missile Boy says cheer 200 for live.
What's that?
Sound like he was coming back.
No, it's just a TTS thing. Oh, they're at that
yeah.
park.
Okay. No, you didn't even have to send it. I know.
The
It's
park.
fine if we don't want to go.
Looks like they're at that park that they were going to do the
Oh,
IRL.
okay. We're down for Coronado.
Coronado?
Or this park, which is actually closer to a hotel.
What
How
is
do we
it?
get there? The park that Tony is at with.
Oh, it's a park?
It's in a park? Yeah. Let's go.
I met Dan last year.
Hold on, let me put.
I mean.
Okay, they got it now. It looks good.
Bring
Looking
it.
good.
I kept thinking about the time that you said I called you my wife on CMT. I was like, literally, that's been in the back of my mind already.
What has? What has been?
That when the time that I called your wife my wife on CMT.
There's a clip of it somewhere.
Is there a clip?
There's a clip of it somewhere.
Yeah. It was mush, you, and
Probably where we just ate.
It's like that's what it is. Yeah. It's like man.
Does he have a car?
I don't know.
Good meal will do
Could you
that.
ask him?
Mushroom would like to know.
Why do I'm trying to get everybody.
I know. Do you have a car here? No. Okay.
I'm gonna Uber. Back to my Airbnb.
All right.
Where's Danny?
Danny's
What's
not
Danny
here.
doing?
Danny had his meter or whatever ran out, so he was like, "I'll see you later." But he like said bye though,
Like he's leaving.
and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. He said he had 4 minutes left to get to his van.
Okay.
So, and then Uncle's taking
I'm very random. It's probably fake in real life now. I'm very
It's Friday night.
Yeah.
I forgot it was Friday after like I was looking at them like, what the hell's going on? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Do you see this? Look at this.
Yeah, no redeems.
TwitchCon everywhere over there.
Yeah. That'll get you in there. Can you hold that for a second? Let me see what.
I was like, did he just park there? I'm like, dang.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, so there's a booth in the thing right when I was leaving. I was walking out. It's called like EMAC or something like that, and they have like a little bit thicker than this, but it's a 25,000 milliamp battery in the handle. But it's like it's an operating like tripod like this.
Yeah.
So it powers up and down, or
No, it's just a power bank.
Oh yeah, I saw some of those on Amazon. Yeah.
It wasn't that heavy.
Yeah.
But it's made for it's got 2 phone setup.
Oh.
So you can switch the phone setup and you can put this on it.
Okay.
But you can use the second phone setup for your chat phone. It's like set up for a chat phone. Basically. All you do is you unscrew the top and you just put this.
Is it the same park that you guys were at the other night?
W stream, thank you, Corey.
The one that Wires was gonna do his thing at.
You mean
No redeems, no channel.
Irish?
I should say that in German.
Where you were messing with the bench?
No.
Oh.
The one that who's the wizard guy? Was gonna do a IRL meetup there.
Welcome in, all controlling down.
Best here. Up. Jimmy's here. Matt's here.
Red mist, empty hair. What's up? Welcome in.
Through these streets.
I live my life 3/4 of a mile at a time.
Dave, are you here?
This gives the front end. So you get to see this on the side.
Jeez, they don't slow down.
I think we go there.
Yeah, that's
gotta
fine.
figure out how to get everybody there. Because I had the ad. He said it's right across from his hotel.
Continued support means the absolute world to us. If you've ever felt like showing your extra appreciation and there's something on our wish list that catches your eye, here's a link to my phone wish list. But of course, there's never any structure at all.
That's funny. Mine didn't even read that.
What?
That message. That's a time message on my chat, and my chat didn't even read it. Yours did.
Oh.
It actually looks like something else. The 720 looks nice. Like, you're out of the way, nobody just and then all of a sudden, like, I'm driving normal, I'm like on time or something.
We're trying to figure out how to get to this park.
So fast. Jeez.
I went in late too.
Going down there, Speed Racer. Whereas the 1080,
Did you hear me?
No, I'm sorry.
We're just trying to figure out how to get all of us to the park. It's over by our hotel.
Oh, okay.
On the beach. It's over by our hotel on the beach, but we've got more than what we can fit in your car.
I can do tricks. It's easy.
I don't want to make you do that.
I don't care. I really don't.
You all right? Nice.
I'm about to go to bed.
Are you really? You're not gonna stay out? No. Okay. So we're gonna go. I think we're gonna meet up with Tiki Taco Tony and all those guys.
Oh, where they at?
Shelter Island.
Oh, okay.
It's like it's supposed to be pretty cool. It looks. They're like by the water and.
Oh, nice. Okay.
There you go. You get your beach.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Need a cough counter.
I assume
Throat is cooked.
Sweaty would be willing to split an Uber with somebody.
Roxbury, thank you for the unfit day, Bobby.
Adventures Live says I'm online for the Hawaii
Yeah,
raid.
soon we'll get GTS, so when you guys do bits or different things in the chat, I can see if I can hear that on the Bluetooth speaker.
Hopefully,
I can't.
mute some
can't
mics.
believe
I
that
might
I'm
have an
gonna
idea,
record.
but.
Yeah, 11 hours, 16 minutes.
Chef Krista says mush and mark.
What?
What is that?
It's crispy.
What is that? They're saying
Oh yeah.
something. They're saying something.
Shimmery Kimmery says how's it going?
Shimmery Kimmery. It's going
Hey,
well.
Krista.
Car's all right.
It's going.
Chef Krista says shim.
So now you want the holding arm out?
Mush takeover.
Take over on the game.
Yeah, it says she's.
_bot says Shimmery Kimmery says it's Chef Krista. Hi BB. You decided to join us. Hope you have a fantastic time exploring our little corner of the internet. Chef Krista says hello. Hammer and Liz.
Hello.
Chef Krista says hello. Hammer
All
and
right.
Liz.
How do we want to do this? We got to get Sweaty away from the tech. What? We're trying to figure out how to get us all to
The ocean.
the place
Shelter
where.
Island.
The ocean.
But he's only got room.
Hop on, hop on.
So
Yeah, Sweaty, yeah.
Jonathan's got room for 6. If I lay in the back.
Are we going to Coronado or the park?
Shelter Island, that's where Tony and all them are.
Okay, and we're trying to figure out how to get there.
Yeah, we have one car.
Well, no, we have a car. We have a car. Okay. And it can comfortably seat 5, uncomfortably seat 6.
I call uncomfortable.
Okay.
Can I sit in the trunk?
That's the uncomfortable.
You gotta share.
Yeah.
What you're actually going to do is get under the spare tire well.
Well,
I don't have a roof rack.
We can get a Uber XL too or something like that.
Live there, hold on, 8th person.
Do what?
Superman on the freeway.
Yeah.
Can you slow down a bit?
I'm fine. I don't care either way.
Comment with we get Uber XL. How big?
We can fit 6 in an Uber XL.
6.
Yeah, but so we need that in
We
the
need
car.
that
Yeah.
in the car. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like.
And then,
I'm supposed to do laundry.
yeah.
Now we're going to goddamn Coronado. / Shelter Beach.
What?
I need to do laundry. Much. I smell like shit.
Why didn't you bring it?
Bring it with me.
We have a thing at our hotel.
Walk into every place. Do you have a washer and dryer?
Shimmery Kimmery says, I see you when I watch Sweaty stream and Sweaty when I watch your stream.
Is that right?
Oh, nice.
So what do we have? Are you gonna ride over?
Yeah, I mean, basically. Close enough.
An Uber XL is $32.
Yeah, but if we all chip in $5, whatever.
$5, whatever.
But let's
saying.
go to the car.
Yeah.
And do it from there.
Yeah.
So we got
All right.
1, 2, 4, 6, and then it's me.
Right. So if we all chip in something for the Uber people.
I will. I'm definitely gonna raid one.
Wait, what was the question?
Sure.
If I leave, y'all are good.
We don't want you to leave.
I got to do laundry. Mush.
Just wear that again. Nobody notices. You wear the same shirt every time.
Well, then you notice.
I didn't notice that you smell.
No, I told him you were coming, so you have to go.
Not yet, but I have 0 outfits
Huh?
left.
We're going to the car.
Just buy
And then we're
some
gonna either
stuff
figure
at
we're gonna
Chris
figure an
Costco.
Uber from there. If we need one.
They don't sell jorts, dude. Look at these.
Yeah, I checked.
When I told somebody
You
somebody
should be
you were
afraid of how I'm gonna smell tomorrow.
I told somebody you wore jorts and they started laughing. They're like, "Wait, what?"
Look at this. What they're doing.
Let's just
They're
go.
they're chilling by the water.
Yeah. I will fall asleep next to that water.
Hey, you probably just stay there tonight. He's got a freaking spread.
Call girl Debbie. Just followed me.
Watch out behind you.
Call her, Debbie.
Sorry.
Oh, she's getting out.
Oh, out of there. How long have they been there? Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. We weren't blocking you in, were you?
But so if we have the car.
He's like, how am I ever gonna get out of here?
Yeah, where's that way?
Yeah, we're where
Or
Danny
no.
was last night.
She was in there for a half hour. Right behind you. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Thanks for hanging out with us today. If you're having a good time, don't forget to hit that follow button so you don't miss out on our future streams.
Yeah.
Chicago Superman says evening at Chess Krista and at Shimmery Kimmery HRU.
Hey, Soups. All right. Oh.
Yeah, I love it. How you enjoying TwitchCon?
I just came like about
Yeah.
an hour ago. Hoping to play tomorrow and see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
Later.
See ya. Have a good night.
Chess Krista says good evening.
Yeah, I'll bring it
Soups.
tomorrow.
Where are you tonight? Chicago Superman says, hey John.
Back to the hotel.
I just want to go do something.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do too. It's like, all right.
I just want to go do something. We did a lot of this already today. Yeah.
Yeah, Shelter Island. I think it's across from their hotel.
You plan on going? We don't have room though.
I misread that.
Well, that's why we're going to try to get an Uber and just everybody chip in, but it's up to you.
Or John said that he
QS
will make
underscore
trips.
company says hello. Chicago Superman says, hey, it's Chess Krista home drinking.
Hey, Two's Company. I know you can't see me. Hold on.
I'm gonna go sleep. You guys have an extra spot.
Okay.
I thought it was CALL.
What time tomorrow morning?
What's up, Two's Company?
Same, 8:30.
Yeah, same time.
Okay.
Later.
I think we're all figuring it out.
All right.
A way to take one beer.
Chess Krista says at Chichigo Superman right on.
We're good.
Hey, problem solved.
Let's go.
I'll lay in the back.
Follow Bert Bronx. He's live on Twitch, Kick.
2S_company says we can hear you. How are you?
Multi-streaming?
TwitchCon.
Krista, we're headed that way.
TwitchCon is great.
Shimmery Kimmery, how are you?
All right, we're heading that way. We're heading that way. The
Sorry,
problem
we were
is
trying to work out plans. All right, we're good.
Scorebot says donations are not required, but are greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Our current donation goal is to help Cam 3R and Liz at TwitchCon.
We're stopping here for.
Chef Krista says okay.
All right, let's go.
It's just a tapper
Actually, did you?
for your phone.
Let's go.
There you go.
Good to meet you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
I got your info, right?
We'll chat. That's. And you'll find this when you're talking to anybody that's doing this.
Okay.
Anytime you see someone else's setup, it like opens up all these other ideas where you're like, I didn't know I could do that, you know, like. So we spent an hour and a half at a table today while the con was going on, just talking about all our dumb tech shit that we play with. But,
no, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I want to share anything I can share, but I also want to learn from you guys.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. Appreciate it.
Nice meeting you.
Yes.
Yep. Same.
See you tomorrow, I'm sure. Tomorrow. Oh, yeah.
All right,
Yeah, good
Jim,
seeing
how are
you.
you? Go on the fly plans. Krista, he sent me the pin to his hotel, which I know.
Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow
where
walking
that
around.
is. But this spot that they're hanging out is right across. Like, will we be able to find it? Do we just look for the bat signal or something?
Sweaty, I need to do more.
Why
core
are we
work.
always
My back
waiting
is
for
killing
Sweaty?
me. I know, right? Having a backpack on and a front bag
Don't do that.
and
Whatever
a
that
belly.
is, stop doing it.
Gotta wait for the beat to drop.
Liz won't do it. I don't even know where we're at. There we are. There we are. Dude. All right.
Oh, we're good.
Let's just take that. But yeah, we'll have to start playing with that. Killa and I have been talking about it too. No, Killa and I have been talking about the whole remote streamer bot stuff.
SG2 says, have you gotten the SD release patch yet? Much?
I did. I got one in 2022.
Yeah.
Which is why I got rid of all the
think I'm
ones
the
I
one that
had
mentioned
before
it.
I got here.
Back in the day, I was like,
Because I knew I already had that one. Dude, that place is badass.
oh.
Inside of there.
That's a nightmare.
Are you fucking kidding me? Did I?
Number one, I didn't show
Back
up
there?
on stream. Yeah, like, dude, right when I said it.
Oh my god. Homeless guys pissing in trash cans. All right. Interesting.
Like that little April Anonymous action.
I have a feeling this is this the same area that's going to get shut down for the after party tomorrow?
In honor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a few blocks. I'll show you something in the street.
Well, they have like the block off stuff set out already.
All right. Hey, if you're tired, you're tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, I see. Oh yeah, so they can put like vendors and stuff in here. Hey, Toon. Liz was just talking about how we hadn't seen you all day. Toon. Yeah, he's in chat. He's in Mush's chat. He's probably like, how do I hear Hammer?
Right.
Probably.
Hello. We're sharing camera. Mush. Freaking Sweaty's like, he's like, you gotta hear this. I'm like, what? He goes, so there's this guy back there. He had the trash cans positioned just right so that he could stick his wiener in the piss.
SG Toon says hi Ham and Liz.
Hello. We're sharing stuff. These are not all Twitch people, right? Like, am I wrong in my thinking on some of this?
What was the question? That's not the thing you want to walk on.
That is not what you want on stream?
I'm alright with it. I'm down.
What?
Said like you die in GTA.
Did.
SG Toon says, is that G-Man behind Ham?
It is G-Man.
What up, Toon?
Toon! No. He said he was going back to go to bed.
SG Toon says, how's it going, G-Man?
Oh, was he?
Doing good, brother.
Don't make me stop this car.
Don't make me stop this car.
Jonathan actually did that to us on the drive here.
I didn't use baby powder. Everyone's talking about baby powder.
Do what?
SG Toon says you wouldn't.
In the first 10 minutes that I saw you.
I mean, I do appreciate Jonathan's transportation.
Yes.
But his driving is.
I was gonna say, we've
leaves
yet
a lot
to have
to be
any
desired.
fucking seafood.
I didn't say I was going to be the best driver.
That would have been a spot right there. Why don't we eat there? It's very uncrowded. They have beer.
No parking.
Sake?
Parked.
Do you like sake?
You know what I've started to like?
What?
Soju.
I want to try that.
Have you never had soju?
I've never had soju.
Oh, yeah, no, soju? Baby powder is good. You'll get fucked up fast, but it's so good.
I've never had soju. Sake? I will pound sake.
Really? I mean, I may have at some point.
No,
but I have done it sometimes.
Really good warm sake.
Do you have any onion?
No. You should ask people though, and that we see.
there
as
was
soon as
a-
we get to the island.
I didn't hear.
Walk
What
up to
did
Tony
you?
and say, "Hey man, you got any powder?"
SG Toon says
No,
lol.
say powder. He might have some.
Hammond Liz underscore says that Bartok rated your channel playing IRL.
Was that you or me?
That's you. Hambot.
Corey in real life says W raid.
Thank you for the raid, Bartok. Welcome in, Vampire.
Already here.
Thanks for the follow, Vampire.
Tiger followed your channel.
I know you can't hear me, but we're here.
Oh.
Or see me.
Corey in real life says we just rated ourselves.
We did.
SG says that is on my side ham.
Oh, what are we waiting for?
That's what you're waiting.
Oh, are we going this way? We're being abducted, yeah. Welcome and thank you, Bartok, for the raid. Much appreciated.
Vampire underscore Tiger says I hear you.
Yeah.
Bartok says Mush getting one too.
Oh, Mush is going to get a raid too?
Says go show some love to Bartok and drop them follow.
Who am I getting a raid from?
Corey in real life says you're welcome.
Where is Corey?
Bartok says good night, be safe.
Night. Thank you for the raid, Bartok. Much appreciated. We'll see you in the morning. I think we're gonna roll out about 8:30. Or sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, 8:30. So that we can make it by 7 or by 9.
SG Toon says take care, Mark.
Take care, Mark.
I will be there at 9 a.m.
Oh, sweet. Sweet, Corey. Get
Where?
some sleep, Mark.
At our hotel?
96,669 says yo.
What's up, Smiley?
Is Corey coming to our hotel?
Huh?
Is Corey coming to our hotel?
No, I think he just means.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wait, this isn't where we park.
It's over there, but
we're over more.
Taking the scenic route.
Corey in real
Hey,
life says
you
gotta
just
pick
worried
up
about your
this
chat
band at
phone.
9 a.m.
Yeah, we actually,
I got
Liz and I have to go back to Wrist pickup, or back to pickup tomorrow as well. So
Hammer's very upset.
you know what? If yours didn't say it, you'd probably have something to say about it too. So for whatever reason, Liz and I's badges don't say affiliate. They don't say anything. They're blue. So we got to go get our badges fixed tomorrow.
Wait, did we pick somebody up?
Outlier.
What? Oh shit.
Oh God.
Hey, now you don't need to do your laundry.
Just roll around in the grass, Sweaty. It'll be okay. But thank you for the raid.
Come on, Chad.
Hey.
100 subs to Mush, and this guy over here will run through the grass.
Oh, you have to pick it up at 9 a.m.
What?
He has to pick it up at 9 a.m.
SG2 says what's G-Mon's price? Vampire underscore Tiger says 10 year and communication about same as Con 4.
I have
yeah, pretty much
6 batteries in my backpack.
Yeah, my phone was chewing through my its own battery charging off.
Yeah, there's already
really?
been issues with things.
Yeah.
So
It's 60,000 megas. No, but you gotta see what the output of
Yeah, it's got to be like higher wattage.
Do you see that much?
Nightbot says please take a moment to check out some IRL action with my good friend, Uncle J-Pop. Check them out at. Give them a follow at twitch.tv/UncleJPop and check out their
Uncle
amazing
J-Pop, thank you for the raid.
Cody Mouse says Uncle J-Pop. Uncle J-Pop seg ME raid.
Uncle J-Pop is rated too.
I know, I just-
Uncle J-Pop Spicy Sims.
Ian Inu.
What type? INIU.
Welcome in, Uncle J-Pop and
I
Raiders.
got
Much
two
appreciated.
25,000 and two 20,000.
Mush
And
is
then I have
talking
two
to
20,000 anchors.
a person right now.
I have 6.
But welcome in, Raiders.
Oh. Pure lithium, really? Yeah.
I'm checking
Huh.
to see if I got a ticket real quick. And then I'm gonna go check
percent in the United States, they can call it the battery.
Yeah.
But they can put a nickel and put all sorts of other crap in there for that other 50%.
Yeah.
The one I found, it's a really not known name brand. They actually use pure lithium.
Oh, nice. Well. Oh, yeah. Do you stream IRL or what do you stream?
I do, yeah.
Nice. What kind of setup do you use?
Although far enough away from Mush, they probably can't hear me right now.
Oh,
but
that sounds heavy.
It can be. It can be.
So I'm using a
I've got
Bella
lightweight
box.
one too, but
Yeah. I'm just using a Rock 5A. But with Bella box software on it.
Yeah.
Runs to here and then it goes to the cloud and then back down to my computer at home.
I'm working on
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Have the PC run it. I was doing a Pi 5,
Yeah.
Pi 5, and it was doing okay, but it was like 720 at 22 frames.
Oh, really?
Right, and
The
then
Pi.
getting it power was the problem, but it worked great.
Yeah.
Like
The big issue I had with that one and the Jetson Nano before that was it was very picky about cables and power. Like power was a huge thing. This thing
I had no problem with cables.
keeps my
I
camera
ran a
charged.
360, but it's like it wanted
Yeah.
the 5 amps, and I couldn't find anything. So I had to get one that had a literal output, like a AC
Yeah.
plug.
Oh,
So
really?
I had to
Yeah, that's
plug
gross.
the actual wall adapter into it to play. So I went down to Pi 4 and
Yeah.
same. It was way
Nice.
better.
I built an app that will take a UBC capture card and also use your camera phone at the same time and stream it for you.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, I'll have to check you out.
You need a card?
Yeah.
Right now it's in private beta.
Oh, very cool.
I'll send it to you.
Appreciate that. Thanks, man. All right, sorry. Thank you for the raid.
Welcome to the Garden of Gamers. Hammerless Gaming says thank you everyone for the follows.
Thank you for the raid, Uncle J Pop.
San Diego says good night. I hope
Imagine
you
getting
have fun in
51
town.
viewers on your first weekend. That's amazing. I think that just shows how supportive the IRL community is.
Everyone.
What? That's funny. That's a funny joke, SG2.
No, you got to wet in between two recycling cans.
Actually, yeah, it was the most OP strat. Everyone's walking by and it's like.
SG2 says as you're lagging behind.
Open this.
Oh, lost those people. I thought you meant the people that rated.
Yes, he is lagging behind.
I was having a tech conversation.
If you didn't hear
20
before,
does this all day
welcome
long.
in
Why
and thank you
can't I
for
do
the
it once?
follows, everybody. Unless it's for Mushroom, in which case he can thank you later.
Krista, are you still in chat?
But also thank you. If you're not already following Hammerless Gaming, follow Hammerless Gaming.
What's up, guys?
Hey, chat. They took me for ransom. Just kidding.
I think this
What'd you
guy's
get?
going to give me some kind of app that I don't know. I don't understand what he's saying.
I don't know.
Do I know where to tell him?
Hammer, give G-Man a kiss for you. Oh, there you go. Oh, God!
Outlier Archive is taking his bite.
Who was it?
How do I tell him where to go?
Here, I'll show you, and then you can tell him.
Well, he's standing right there.
You
want me to hold it? Alright, I got that. We
Nope.
have a Wild Liz here.
Oh, God.
Looking great.
Good God, I thought my bag was heavy.
Just don't say
you
this
thought
out
my
loud.
backpack was heavy.
He has a sweatshirt.
A sweatshirt.
Okay, a sweatshirt. That sweatshirt's very.
So
wait,
it
it's
is
sweatshirt. God damn.
SG2 says the lovely Liz.
So we're
Love you, too.
across from this. So they're staying there,
I
but
don't
we're
know.
going to be over here on the beach area. So if you put that address in, then just come over here,
Double can cover.
or the name of that
Can I
place.
pee where we're going?
Yes.
Yes. Should be fine. Oh, this is an outdoor. It's like a beach pee. I gotta get in the ocean.
Yes, the lovely Liz.
Maybe. Yeah. Shorts are coming off.
These are swim shorts. I don't know if you've seen those before, but.
They're swim jorts.
Swim junks.
So then, and that's all the information I have. But they're over here.
I feel like a
So
lot
we're
of
just
these
gonna
people were
get
at
dropped
the
off and then,
show.
or park over here and try to find them. They'll be on the beach somewhere. I can show you.
Vampire underscore Tiger says
The streamer that you're looking for? Well, I mean, we'll be live, but you can't really tell from what
Sweaties.
they're showing. But they're right on.
Oh, sweatshirts filled with
the water
spikes. I'm
of
down with
that.
that. Yeah.
across from.
That used to be the
they're
thing.
over here, across from the hotel. But like right.
Is that where y'all are staying? Check it.
No, that's we're just gonna hang out.
Oh, you're standing on it. That's not.
How far
fair.
is it on a bike?
pretty heavy, though.
That's heavier than my bag
Wow,
was.
dude, look at this guy.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. I can
get
that.
Mine's a little heavier right now with the mouse.
I didn't think they rooked in the Navy.
Oh shit! All right.
So I didn't think they
All right, we'll see you there.
Navy.
Don't die.
I guess I'll start on a boat.
Okay.
It's a mush pack.
Well, I got extra batteries in here just in case people needed them.
Yeah, I know.
People need it. People need it.
Gonna hand me the camera into the
Yeah.
into the other seat. Okay. Sweaty gets shotgun.
Sweaty gets shotgun. I don't think
There.
3 adult men are gonna fit back here.
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna. Oh.
Oh
I
boy.
need some cable.
Don't put the camera back here.
Nope. Camera's right here.
Is that sure?
Nothing is going on.
No, it's not. When you shut the door and it sometimes it's the
Yeah.
you shut it and you're like, oh shit, and shut it. And then they'll start dinging.
It's actually-
Like, what's dinging? What is this?
This Sway doesn't have just. There's nothing illegal about this. Do you know what I do for a living?
I could have went back there. I could have went back there. I'm fighting.
That's fine. It'll be funny when I pop out of the tent.
Like it's a clown car.
Thank you.
He's currently back there breaking his neck.
Fate of Ophelia sounds.
Oh yeah, where are we? What's the
Oh,
address?
shit.
Do you have it?
Hold on. Yeah, hold
The
on.
one that has the address pocket is inaccessible right now.
Shelter Island.
Yeah, San Diego, California. Maybe the pier?
No.
Sure, it's not that big, right?
Hang on.
He's choking.
Give him air.
Hey,
give. Hold on.
Heat's not
Hold
preferred.
on. What?
Heat's not the preferred temperature right now.
He sounds like he's coming from the car. It's not the perfect.
How's it going, Sweaty? SG Tune wants to know.
What's
Here,
up, SG
hand that
Tune? It's
to
going good.
somebody up there.
Yeah, don't show it to the.
Can you put all the music to the back? Thanks. The very back. I'm gonna. I wish I could say it like Sweaty does. I'm gonna lose it.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Says he'll bite your hand hammer.
I know, right? I have my hand over the camera so it doesn't see the phone.
Sweaty doesn't. Sweaty's just showing it live on stream.
Wait.
Is he?
You guys do directions on your phone?
Well, yeah, but you're playing the music right now. And I don't have.
I can put in a couple there.
Oh, will it project up?
No, it's fine.
Oh, you're just gonna leave it down there? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, that seems safe. We already have a problem with Jonathan driving.
You want me to type it in? I'll type it in. Here.
Well, what's the actual address?
Well, we can't say it out loud.
Everybody mute. Everybody mute.
Sorry, I'll make. I'll cover the noise.
How do you mute?
Just turn off the microphone on your body.
Where's the button? You mean the green button?
Oh, there we go. Okay.
You actually see the.
I have 2 streamer people in San Diego with no hotel room. Could get in your car if really want clown car effect. No, Vampire. No.
Are you in mute?
Yes.
Hold on.
No, I turned it back. I turned it back on after the fact.
You're good.
Here, you know what? I'm just gonna pull up.
Hey, no sudden movements.
I'll pull up.
Brake check.
Oh,
Jonathan, motherfucker.
That was just light.
I'm gonna need
That wasn't even half my power.
I'm gonna need an adjustment when I get back.
I'm gonna need an adjustment. My back is killing me.
I was gonna say, dude, it's
I know, I'm
it's like
about to go
Gandalf
electric.
in the Hobbit hole right now.
Wait, who? All of us.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Please turn.
Gandalf.
That's always the hardest part, just getting him out of the parking lot.
Right there.
Wait,
Can you get out right there?
can I get out?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I think you should sit behind this
I
machine.
mean, like, if you don't like hit the brakes in the middle, yeah, you're fine.
It's only gonna bottom out a little bit. Just in the rear. Wait, that works because he's the oldest and the wisest.
Wait, what happened?
Nothing, Gandalf.
You want me to drive? I haven't had a drink.
Says no.
Fucking listening over here.
I have my phone back.
I did. I gave it to you.
Oh.
I gave
Oh my god, this is great.
You had it at one point.
Hold on, mushroom.
Oh.
Hold on to what?
Oh my. Hey, you don't have
His
okay.
kneecaps?
Throw up.
Hey, Sweaty, there's a laundromat.
Drop me off. Let Mush up here.
Yeah, bring your clothes tomorrow.
I'm just gonna clean what's on my body and maybe myself.
In the ocean.
Just climb into the washing machine yourself. I'm just gonna shove all of myself in there.
Doesn't your don't your accommodations have free laundry service?
Not free.
No, I mean they come get it and wash it for you.
Oh. I doubt that. I've never, stayed at one, so I wouldn't know.
I'm afraid to take off the do not
I don't know how I got
disturb
there.
magnet on my door.
He just kind of snuck in.
What?
What?
Huh? How I got in here?
Yeah. He just kind of snuck in.
Well, I figured I was the best option.
We gave him $4 to clean the headlight. All of a sudden he's in the trunk.
says G-Man being sneaky.
No, G-Man is definitely being
Oh,
sneaky.
yeah.
Oh, definitely me. I am the imposter.
We just left downtown. We're going to.
They're playing music out there and everything.
Nice.
Where we're going.
We're going to the beach.
Going to the beach, yeah.
It's
Beaching.
We're beaching. We're beaching, so make sure you get in your bitch points.
Vegas now?
It's pronounced beach.
Jonathan.
Being in the chat helps.
Hey, sweaty, look.
Jonathan's the reason there's traffic in California. He's got 2 car lengths. Scoot up, you motherfucker. This is why there's traffic in California. Everybody's given 3 car lengths of space between each vehicle.
This is the best night I've ever had. I feel like I'm back in like high school with all the friends.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago, Jonathan.
The
band's back together. Yeah, the band's back together.
Your dad's gonna be like, why is there a grease spot on my back window?
We're beaching.
We're going to Tiki Taco Tony's.
I'm gonna go dip my toes in the
Sweet, I know. Cookies.
whatever ocean.
Whatever ocean?
I don't know. I don't remember what ocean it is. Pacific?
Pacific?
There we go.
Panasonic.
Panasonic.
Why do we have to be specific?
We need to have a conversation. Does he need to move up, Mush?
Your friends bailed.
Mush?
Can you move
SG
the
Jean says Pacific.
What the heck?
Oh, I was gonna say, does he need to move up?
The Pacific Ocean. Oh shit, dude!
This is specific.
Oh, you picked the one with the longest guitar solo.
Oh yeah, new shuffle play.
Are we playing Thundercat?
No, this is Uncle Daddy.
No, I mean like a drinking game.
Oh.
Oh.
You know that, right? That's Sweat. Oh no, you don't. So Sweaty is also the lead singer of Uncle Daddy.
Uncle Daddy's a favorite.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Everybody that has a long tongue could sing.
You guys
Yeah.
know like a bunch of randomly cool people.
Dude, we met Sweaty last TwitchCon via Mush, just bullshit streaming.
Oh, really?
Mush was going through looking at people who were at TwitchCon. Huh?
Okay, well they can see it.
Well, I did that to.
There we go.
Don't show him the boat. He's gonna get flashback.
Ah, there we go. Wake me up when we get there.
Yeah, that's awesome. I haven't even been on the radar right now.
I own this shit. Yeah, see you in the morning, Vampire.
Look at the George.
Time to say.
Look at the George.
Same one. What?
He's playing.
I'm gonna say what I want to say when we get to the
What?
Is that a yacht?
Yes. It's the port of San Diego. I've only seen it in GTA.
Look, man, I live in a desert, alright? It's very fascinating to me. I was like, hell yeah!
Oh, let's go!
Guys.
Really started in there.
It's gonna feel like an island.
They don't mess around in that place.
Look at this beautiful lady right here. The one, the only, the Liz of Ham and Liz
What's up,
Gaming.
everybody?
She puts the Liz in Ham and Liz.
I've had oysters with an oyster bar.
Oysters on the half shell?
Oh. On the half shell? Turtle power?
Da-na-na-na-na, no, no.
Oh.
Pirate ship, let's go! Where's the galley?
Oh, dude, if they is TwitchCon in San Diego again next year? Yes, it is.
Yeah, they've been keeping it the same for a while now.
We should totally all be here early and do a freaking pirate cruise.
Dude, that'd be awesome. I've only been on the.
So, what, are you down for a pirate cruise?
Yeah.
Let me bring this
I'm
power
serious.
with you. I don't know if
I've never been on a motorized boat. That'd be
Wait,
sick.
do we still have our, you know what, back there?
No. Gandalf, yes. Gandalf is still on board.
Still there, yeah. Wait, is he still there?
Yes,
Hold on,
Gandalf is
hold
still
on,
there.
Hold on, I gotta get a
I
picture
hear him
though.
snoring.
Sleeping.
You heard him
I think
snoring.
there's a streamer party at
He missed his nap time.
I'll be honest, one of the guys didn't give me a good vibe.
Liz, don't try.
What's that? Let me see. Don't show Cam, but let me see it. Yeah, we're going to.
I need that. That's gonna be a meme for me now. It's gonna be a reaction meme.
We're gonna try to do. We're gonna try to do the train next year as long as we can work things out with childcare.
Cookie Mouse says, is someone going for a swim?
Yes.
Looks like he got caught doing something.
Oh, there's a ton of people there.
Yeah.
Gas lamp,
Oh.
where we just were. Where we're gonna be all night tomorrow night.
We're going by mushrooms. I don't think he's here. Worst place, the airport.
SG Toon says, I am guessing it's going to be G-Man and Hammer.
What?
Going
Going for a swim? I doubt it.
None of us have had any.
I might go swimming at the pool.
I know. I'm like.
We're all
I was
sober.
told drinks
Sober
were
as a bird.
involved.
SG Toon says, taking a swim.
Yeah.
All that is soda.
I know. I have water.
The funny thing is too, when I picked the
Dr.
soda,
Pepper.
when I picked the soda, I was like, yeah, I want the lemon lime to feel like I'm drinking an alcoholic
It's
drink.
got the.
Yeah, because they didn't have alcohol there, did they?
Well, I saw beer
I
cans,
think
but then you couldn't order it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think you had to like order it at like that
G-Man
person.
just soda.
Yeah, they didn't have alcohol.
Yeah, we
liquor.
haven't had anything to drink. Everyone in this car is sober. Oh, what's that?
Honestly, probably a good thing because then when we get back, we can just pass out.
There he is.
True.
Is that him?
It is him.
Who?
We just passed Outlier.
Who was it?
Outlier.
That was our random guy.
Oh, the guy on the bike?
Yeah, Outlier. He's on the bike.
Random guy.
Bro just drove from Bend, Oregon, 15 hours, and instead of sleeping like a normal person, he got on his e-bike and rode an hour to downtown San Diego because he couldn't find parking any closer.
And he's probably gonna murder us all when he gets there.
He was like, how far is it? I was like, I think it's pretty close.
I thought it was pretty close. That's awesome.
And there's no. This is highway, so I don't even think he's supposed to be on it.
There's the bike lane. Share the road, bitch. Share the road.
This is California. We share the roads here.
We do what's called the California bump to the kind of.
We're all getting canceled.
I don't know what this shit is. Just kidding.
The what?
We
We're getting canceled.
we tagged G-Man, didn't we?
My name's Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
I get this brake check for no reason.
You could.
Brake check. Not like a seatbelt.
You could.
Why?
I'm about to headbutt it.
It does have pretty good brakes, not gonna lie.
Glad you guys are having a great time up there.
I'm going here out of one ear.
Hey, Gandalf, back there.
Holding the wisdom.
Gandalf had a fart.
Yeah, where's Cam?
Where's Cam?
Cam when you need him.
God. All right, I'm so glad that we're hanging out with you guys.
I got red lights.
You got what?
Dr. Doc are on the night shift right now.
You don't get this in an Uber. It's like you're sitting there silent and you're like, I don't want to be with this weirdo.
So how long you been doing Uber?
Well, this is my
All
first
weekend?
day, like my first day I had my license too.
Oh, man.
I just
Hey,
had my
what's the
permit.
craziest thing you
I was like, well, some driver or someone
It's
here
like,
doesn't have a license.
to make it authentic, you have to say just like weird shit. Ah, yes. Yes, Uber. I've been here 2 years.
Should I gun it?
You give me 5-star review.
I cannot take cash.
Not too fast?
Oh God.
Ugh. Thank you. Thank you.
Actually made my back feel better.
I know, right?
You're back.
You didn't answer. That's not good.
I'm driving and I can't see.
What the fuck is happening?
Really is
Okay, go left now.
Hand up in the back of me. I'm crying. I'm crying.
Green Uber.
Square breathing. Box breathing.
Better you get the asthmatic guy telling you, breathe.
Alright, where's the biggest bumps we can hit?
What?
Here, let me out. Just kidding. I'll give you a bump.
Sari_bot says Sari_bot is here.
So, Jonathan, you're clear we're not going to that place, we're going across the street.
Huh?
So there's like a park across the street, that's where we're going.
Okay.
But it's directly across from, so when you get to the hotel, turn left.
Okay. He's literally backseat.
That was so weird.
What?
Stream, our stream died out and then came back. Like OBS crashed. But I can't remote into the stream PC. But it's back now. Oh, Sweaty, did you know about Elgato OBS?
Perfect explanation.
No.
It sounds amazing, whatever it is.
No, it's... damn it. I've got a reminder about it on stream. I need to go find it.
Okay.
But it is a...
Yeah, I'm excited for this.
It is a way... Hold
feature.
on. Let me go find it.
Did you know about it?
Hey.
I did not know about it. I literally found out about it today.
Yeah, do you know about this thing?
I've never had someone badge me with information. That's crazy.
Sorry.
You're that guy on the radio at my job.
Yeah.
So I got this thing.
Marketplace. Is it Marketplace Connect?
Is it the marketplace for the stream deck? Or
No, it's a separate app.
We're getting there.
Yeah. So it's a service. It's free from
Yeah.
Elgato, but it lets you back up your entire OBS scene deck as a single repository and move it around. So you know how you build all your stuff on your main PC? You can then export everything, including all your source files.
Oh, that's nice.
And move it to somewhere else.
That part's nice. I was gonna say you could just do that but no, you not the
Oh. Yeah, it grabs the image overlays, everything, compiles it all, and then makes it so it's one movable
That's
service.
super nifty for people that don't have obsessive file structures like I do, where I just go streaming. I just move one folder.
So I gotta turn left here?
And nothing but that.
So on the left, there's like a park on the left. It looks like.
Yes.
I can't see because I'm in the truck, but right.
Yeah, she said somebody said something about make sure you pull.
Yeah, I think they're right. Is that them right there? I think that's them right there.
Yeah, that's all them right there. Peoples.
Now, Mush, regardless of all that stuff that just happened, I do need a battery from you, okay?
You need a what?
Don't mind the elderly comments. We still need a battery.
Oh, I got batteries for days.
There you go.
D's. All right, hold on, everybody. You okay back there?
I know, I feel bad telling them, yeah, man, I felt trapped.
Grab it, but don't pull.
Jonathan, turn off your headlights.
Jonathan, turn off your headlamp. Oh shit! I dropped my phone. I dropped my phone.
Look at that view. Oh, it's backwards. Got my AirPod.
It's over there.
Oh, backwards.
No, no one.
Thank you. No problem. It might have been.
Oh, we still have 47 people watching. Where's that Mushrooms feed? No, that's ours. Oh, no, we don't. Mushroom still has 47 people. Oh, that's the shared. All right.
Special edition 6-seater.
What?
Special edition 6-seater.
Thank you.
Which one? Oh, special edition 6-seater. No, no, there's a button.
Oh, wait. Something in there. What was that? I don't know. I didn't want to close on it.
Oh, it's one of the lanyard. It's yeah.
How's it going?
Good. How's it going with you?
Right here.
Mushroom 1080-30.
Is that, can that camera do 1080-30?
I think. Here, can you read this? You have good eyes.
I think we're like the same age.
What are we looking
kidding
at?
me?
Trying to find 1080-30. Where's the 30?
It must have fallen off, or maybe it was off of mine. Oh, you know what? It's off of mine. It was in the door. It was in the doorstop.
Nothing of mine.
Oh, I can
Amazing.
finally relax and just. Better. This one me around all day. It's fucking.
Yeah, these people stay out here.
Wild. Wild. You live here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't realize that was.
Yeah, I
Ooh, are they shagging?
Where was that drum circle at? Y'all were that?
Oh, that was Ocean Beach. So I think it's that way.
The wind's blowing this way, so stay
Maybe.
over here. What's the question?
Is that downtown?
He's not here. Yeah, he went back to his hotel, or he went back to his car.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, his van, yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, he went back to his van.
Go take one.
He has a van.
I should be.
No, they're
Are you?
crabbing or something.
No, I haven't had a drink.
I don't think they're shelling.
Trying to find a safe spot to put mine.
That's the only reason I'm able to find it. Like, they look like streamers. They got a stand. Where it's like, how'd you see that? I'm like, I don't know.
No, where's Duty Beard? I haven't seen him on.
I don't know. I don't know what they're looking for.
I saw Duty Beard downtown. Who's always? Of course he is. We ain't judging. I was like, judging? Yeah. I was like, dude, this smells like an ounce of weed. But I think I'm from a bar.
Oh.
Hey, if we do. Yeah, dude, I drink like. I want to get the mic station.
Yeah, that's really weird. I know what happened. The stupid router did an auto update.
Oh, at the house.
Uh-huh. I have an Arlo that my
Are you
ISP
watching a
sent me,
movie?
and it does its
Dirk,
own
what are you doing?
updates whenever it wants.
Stop using the free stuff, people.
So
We'll have to keep an eye on stuff tomorrow night because it's supposed to be another state. Which if it does, it does. No one's there.
As long as the sub pump works.
Yeah, haven't really had.
No.
It's not gonna get that much more than that fest. We haven't had a lot.
No.
I know it's gonna take a little while for it to.
I'm getting a battery for Sweaty.
My favorite bar in Hollywood. Oh my god. I know it. Better be 100%.
It is.
Better be 100%.
Why are you guys hanging out over here?
Huh?
You got to mingle.
Yeah. The smell of weed.
What?
The smell of weed.
All right. It's legal here.
I understand that. I can't stand the smell of it.
Oh.
I don't care if people do it.
I don't care. I just can't stand the smell of it.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I don't. It's legal.
I only watch TV when I'm like trying to go to bed. Oh, really?
We always watch the same thing. It's
Oh, you know what? I lost
TV,
shared
like,
chat
Flop or 20
with Mush.
20, not 20 Day Fiance. That'd be intense. 90
Which
Day
is
Fiance.
fun.
Yeah.
Did you just take a shower? You did yourself? Or?
Yeah, because the whole stream reset.
And that, clean off your camera.
I'll have to reconnect it.
Show her that picture.
Oh, you look stupid.
I don't smoke. What are you talking about?
You got all your camera's covered in like grease.
Yeah. It's the greasy head, Mush.
Long time no see.
Yeah.
An entire like.
No, I haven't had anything tonight.
Maybe 4.
Oh, thank you.
Now, do you have any weird art? Or have you ever been to a hotel with weird art?
Apparently, I'm in a hotel with weird
weird
art.
art,
I didn't know
yeah.
it.
Well, what,
Oh, yeah.
You gotta take a picture and send it to me, Brandon. What is your
Yeah.
hotel?
I
Yeah.
didn't even think I looked.
There's a picture in the breakfast place that we're gonna eat at tomorrow.
Did you wipe the lid?
No,
Hell no.
Did you wipe the lid, Gordon?
But on the side it said the waffle spot. That's why we keep calling it that.
Yeah, it's the waffle spot.
And also no dogs.
That's terrible. What's wrong?
But dude, I swear to God, it was haunted. Also, we've been doing
All right,
this
try it
review.
again. You
We
do
run a
it.
black light.
It's a modern phone.
Yeah.
I'm too scared for that.
Well, first of all, this was the painting above the bed.
Well, no.
That is
Oh,
a fucking ritual.
a bed above the
Yeah,
bed.
you know that's why.
Oh, I thought it
You
was
have
in
a modern camera.
the restaurant. Okay.
In a hotel room above the bed, just a fucking
better.
pregnant male dog getting
Look,
pat
it
down.
didn't
by
even
an
do all that
Asian
flash crap that you're
lady.
doing.
Like from the 60s too. Like what the fuck is this?
Except for
From the
this guy in
60s,
back.
exactly.
Nice, man. How you doing, man?
Yeah. But, we've been doing
John
food
Wick?
reviews.
Yeah, John Wick, yeah.
I'm gonna try to
I know
freeze
John
frame
Wick.
at a certain point.
Oh my God, that's
I have one bar out here. That's cool.
Repo. That's
Oh,
right.
there we go, yeah.
I'm not
I'll try to freeze frame it. 'Cause you can see
Yes.
some dots.
Yes. Yes, copiers. I mean, Xerox. I remember.
I'm
You
loving
get
it.
fixed?
I've got one bar, dude. Come on. It's right there.
Oh, good, good, good,
Make
good,
the
good.
imprint of like a
Yeah.
woman's
That's
legs
great.
I'm just
and like a
like, on, like,
toddler
how many
is like a
people just start
3-foot
showing up
body.
My phone is
Just oh here we go.
No, I gotta get a
So, like,
cord.
Atlantia
that's the bed.
I don't want to say famous, but I feel like a lot of us are
And then
big.
that's like the toddler. Like you see the head,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
body,
yeah.
the legs. I'm like, what's happening? That's the waffle spot to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to sleep.
We didn't. I literally
We didn't.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Totally fair.
She was sleeping in complete like sweatshirt, sweatpants. The other bed, I got this.
What
bed.
hotel was this?
The King's Place, the waffle spot.
Oh,
like,
really?
Yeah. Follow.
It's
Monkey bone.
Yeah. And the other bed was bad, but not as bad. We're being a lot more places like that. Which one's fine? Worst place.
No.
First one being at Disney.
He just gave me the hotel, and
Not
I
like,
figured
not
we were
like
across
the
the
Mickey
street.
Mouse house kind of thing. It was like we take the shuttles to go to Disneyland. Like, you know,
Is this where you always
poor
stay?
people get on. yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was disgusting. The last time we were here, though, and peace of mind.
Yeah.
It's not the rest my bad. It's the tuck chair or a couch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Those don't get washed.
How's your stats for
Just as a piece
the
of, like, At
weekend?
least you can sleep.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be. They're smart.
No,
thanks, Chad. Here's my kid.
Oh no, right? Cockroaches. Cockroaches.
That's when Diane Spencer broke the chick on her head.
I'll be back.
No, you're good.
I'm sworn there. I don't know what they're doing. That's alert machine. But
What?
I think he set it up so I can get it.
Oh, yeah.
It's a YouTube video.
Yeah, that's what Hammer and I are doing that right now.
Right. And then I'm using video.
I can.
He's a ninja.
I don't know who you're talking to, but yes, we can.
I don't think I know what that is.
Oh, there he is.
Kind of. I don't know.
Oh, so it just puts it on top of what you got.
Yeah, there's a source for it.
Yeah.
That's what you say, because we're saying every year I wait.
I've watched the past 4 years.
Oh. Crystal just called you out and said not always.
Oh, is it Chris? Is it Chris Dax?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my router at home rebooted. That's why I lost it. Why it dropped.
Oh, you're not live anymore?
I'm live.
Yeah.
But I lost the shared connection.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the shared.
The shared
stream
chat and
thing.
stuff. Yeah. Everything else is still there.
There's always drunk people. We're all having a good time. Oh my god.
Flashbang.
All right.
Glad to see the party going well. Atlantia_Sky says you're just quickly monitoring soon before they more wax.
That's why it seems like so many people are still coming through. But I'm just like, more people are coming in. We weren't supposed to stay this
Monkey Bone, I think I already said it, but thank you for the follow.
Get a lot of bits about that. Make some money on this.
I'm not doing too bad.
If you like what you see, you come with your
Oh no, he came back with his drink. Okay, he's back. He has returned.
PG&E. What is that?
Lemonade or orange juice, soda water.
Is that mine?
No.
I can make one for you.
Where are you pulling these from?
From the room.
What the?
We were staying right across the street. So yeah, we could just right over there and use the facilities.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yes, Krista. Oh, she said that on your chat. Where's Tony's chat?
Where's Danny and all them?
Danny, I think
Sweaty's
went
over
bed.
there.
We got
Sweaty's
Sweaty.
right there. Yeah. I made.
Yeah, Outlier's here. Somewhere. Over here.
I made Sweaty come.
Where's
He's like, he went home.
He's like, he went home and back to LA?
No, no. Back to the hotel.
So you show up.
But we had 6 people in a 5-passenger car.
Oh.
So we were gonna have to get an Uber.
Yeah, nice.
And then he was like, "I'll just take an Uber back to the hotel." He was tired. Krista, how are you? I need to put this back in my ear.
There's more cameras here than people.
Right? You should have seen us at. We had 5 at one point earlier. We had All Day NYC, me, Ham and Liz.
I was looking like my browse feed. I'm like, okay, I know where they're at. Last night at the bar, but
Right. I wanted to go back to that bar, but fucking the gas lamp is a mess on Friday night. There's people everywhere. It was insane. So we were either going to come here or go to Coronado and just like chill out like this. Hey.
Facebook Marketplace shenanigans. What?
Yeah. The Gert Nation is growing.
Walk out my hat. There's some money in here. I mean, no.
The party fund?
He probably didn't know about this. We're not friends.
Right.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
Yeah.
We gotta hit that. Yeah.
Where are you going?
While she's dodging.
Wow. You guys take it off?
Yeah, we gotta get some sleep because we gotta get up early for the assassination game.
Oh, no.
It's only 11:30.
Assassination game?
Well, since I got drink. I don't drink.
I don't know. What?
I guess Emaru was just assaulted. Like someone.
Amaranth?
Emaru.
Amaru, who's that?
Emaru, she's like an Asian streamer.
What
But I
are you
guess
doing?
some fan just came up to the meet and greet and just kissed her. Then security came in like so late. I guess someone went to go meet Emaru and just like walked up during the meet and greet and just kissed her.
Oh my god.
That's
What
crazy.
Wow.
You want to hold that?
Yeah, that's a lot of.
I'm just putting my head.
I'm like, dude, yeah, right, man.
You want me to turn it back on, Hammer?
Huh?
You want me to
No, you're good.
I was about to.
Dude, I had 54 people and I lost everybody when it blipped.
They all left?
They all left. When that happens, especially after a raid, you lose all the lurkers. And that's what
shows you in the thing.
I know, but it wasn't connected on my end. It's fine.
Oh, sure, I
I don't know why this is so difficult.
So that was today then. It had to have been during TwitchCon today.
There, I sent you another invite.
I already rated out.
Oh, you ended completely?
I rated out. Yeah. That's what the raid alert was.
People won't shut the hell up.
Out there
in Tony's
somewhere who'll get to wear this the rest of their life.
That's from Kate
What do you
Spade too.
What group pick?
That's hilarious.
A
A glizzy ring.
You can get your money sent the next day.
What? What?
And there's hella drunk.
So like that's a big reason why I got the foot pad on.
Little do they know.
What'd you break?
They're wanting y'all to take one. Oh. Get everybody to take a group picture.
I cannot guarantee that. You're crazy.
You gonna make this my job? I know 3 people here. Tony.
Tony knows everybody.
Tony. Tiki Taco Tony. Krista wants you to coordinate a group picture with everybody.
Group picture.
Gert claims you're the only one that can make it happen.
All right.
That's Krista saying there, I let him know.
I'm on it.
No, it's still on me. I don't
Just get everybody to like stand by the water and we can do like a.
I don't know where his.
Your white
Yeah.
shirt gonna screw with me up. Because this one will break the whole picture.
With your phone, it will.
Right,
With
good.
my phone, it'll fix it.
My face will be all
Okay,
dark.
so we're gonna get like. Okay.
Freaking Tunis told me that you can ask people about the benchbox.
Okay, more cheese.
I know about your guys' IRL setup.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tunis
yeah.
told me, he's like, you need to talk to him about it.
Cheese.
Okay.
Are you gonna stitch this together in the
I'm
end?
gonna stitch it all together.
Why couldn't we just
exactly.
all line up and just do
You
one
made
big?
it like everyone.
How are we going to prove we were all in the same spot?
There we go. Oh, wait. No, you have to stay still.
Oh, I was still in it.
What are you doing, Sauce?
Sorry.
You the whole photo. Okay, now it's good. Okay.
See,
Tim and Gandalf.
see, that's why you just
I
go
tried, Krista.
here,
I couldn't even get Tony.
and you
to
do
that.
this.
Panoramic.
Adventures. You're at a rave. Are you insane?
Oh no. Yeah, then it's a goblet of sauce. What's in that? I know, Brad and I have been
Oh, I got you.
gotta go back to
I, however, do not.
Grenadine?
No, it's what else is in
Why is there screwdriver situation?
Yeah, he could have done a pick. I don't know. This is,
Bye.
Nice meeting y'all. Really zoomed out here. Okay. Oh, wait, that's way too far. Hold on.
Great guy.
because I'm not used to having this many people in my stream.
Okay, I think I got it.
Yes!
Now we'll get. Whoa, what the hell?
He's on never. I mean, at work. He's on no, never. You can have to do tongue switch. People, come on. I'm talking about the bathroom.
He's gotta go?
What it did to you
All right.
in Panorama? Because of how dark it is.
SG Toon says, or someone can take a screenshot as a redeem and you can send it to everyone.
SG, it's over. It's Toon, it's over. We're beyond that. We've moved on. 20 seconds ago.
What?
Toon is still. Or you could do this, or you could do this. We did it already.
Yeah, we already did it. It's all done.
I ate those last year and I couldn't remember what was in it, but it was good.
Okay, but
Should have stayed downtown. Or gone to the room.
Joy Evil says, I've been lurking when I can.
Joy?
I've been helping PGG as I can.
I don't know who's
Just Krista says her name, but
That's
it's
all right.
turned off.
Our hotel's right over here. Huh?
Just Krista says
There's a
that
spot
Joy
over
Evil
here.
last week.
Hey, babe, do you want to sit down?
Bonkman says I triggered it already earlier today.
Do you have? Oh, give your pockets. That would have been.
My what?
Do you have your pockets recase? Or your mic?
Yeah, it's in the bag.
Absolutely. Yes, yes, yes.
Just Krista says sit down.
I could go in the water. Oh, when you're in there.
It was in. I thought it was in that one. Oh, I see what you mean by. I see what you meant about red button.
Yeah.
I'm not used to this.
Jonathan, sit down. You're making me nervous.
Bonkman says must be one per customer per stream.
No. Yeah. I needed something.
Liz, you want one of Tony's special drinks?
It will let you
Yeah.
do it on mobile.
Just Krista says that Joy will appreciate you.
Where did you pull that up?
It sent me a notification.
In the app?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe you can't start it on mobile.
okay.
Maybe? I don't know.
Joy Evil says that Just Krista adore you.
I'm genuinely not
Just Krista says ah.
Yeah. Kind of ignoring it.
His dog ate all of the candy. Like, seriously, like a couple of pounds of it.
And that's why I stopped shooting. Oh my god. Oh god. I would fucking crash.
It's coming from that.
Oh my god. It's a cat meowing.
Why is there a cat meowing in your speaker?
Yeah, why is there a cat meowing over here? It's coming out of the speaker.
I thought it was someone else.
We thought it was. We thought somebody was like screaming in the water.
I thought someone was on the water drowning. I'm like, oh my god, someone's in the water, like yelling for help.
Bonklin says I meow.
Oh shit!
Thank you.
Uh oh! I fucked it up, Tony.
He touched it, Tony.
Thanks, Candy.
I'm Mysterium, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
I think you first saw our chat recently.
Yeah, last night.
Is it just meowing over and over again?
I
was like-
touched something.
I was like, I swear I know that name.
It is. It's just like meowing over and over again. Because
Oh, I didn't get one of
if you
those.
don't have it in focus, it does this. So we're gonna have to switch the music app.
You want me to take over and play some
Hey,
Taylor
I
Swift?
got it. I
What? I'm getting paid back. This
You don't
is
want Taylor
sour.
Swift? Is that what you're saying?
That
You want to think about
We'll
it?
shake it off.
You want to think about it or just answer directly?
Yeah, Warhead. Anybody else want one?
I don't know.
What is it, a Warhead?
What is it?
Okay, I'm dropping
Nice.
I don't know if I gave her a sticker.
Sick, why not?
Hammer, can you hand that to her? I don't know if I gave her one last night.
What's that? Oh, candies? No, I'm good. Oh,
Bonklin says it's
oh,
continuously
man.
meowing
Oh,
for you.
yeah, let's go.
It is swag.
Look at this. Ooh, it's gorgeous. I like it.
Horror host Joe says okay.
Yes, it was continuously meowing.
I love it.
They actually look nice this year. Last year looked like shit.
And where's Park Talk?
He went back to his room.
Oh, bummer. I was hoping he'd come out.
Bonklin says nice.
Yeah, he rated me and then
Uh-oh, what did it cut out?
you touch things.
No, down.
No, this is not part of the
All right, everything's fine.
Everything's fine. He was like,
Liz needs a drink.
What? Oh, drinky? Yes. We have. I
Just
have
one.
a
You could have one, right?
Tony special.
It looks does not look good.
We're not driving. We'll take two.
All right, all right.
I'll go back with you and help you.
Okay, hold on.
Jonathan, make sure somebody doesn't knock over my camera. Make sure nobody knocks over my camera. And you got chat.
Give me your microphone.
Oh yeah. Oh.
I took my hoodie. More favor? I got it. I'm a big boy. I hit a button. I hit that button by accident. It's fine. Huh? Alright guys, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I can't even see that username, holy crap. Well, everyone's gonna go get a drink because I'm the DD. How you guys doing? Oh, it says you tune. I couldn't see your username on Mushroom's phone. It was like the same color as the background. Because I think there's a setting that you can turn on to like have the more visible color so it doesn't match your background.
SG2 says dark mode is at.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't know if you can see or not. Oh, wait. On camera.
Horror host Joe says yes.
Like, you can kind of see your name better on my phone than his SG2 because I think it's like a... I think it's a setting to have like more visible chat or like when people customize their chat colors. Oh, it definitely does. It definitely does too. It definitely does. Tell Sweaty something I did, and I think you might guys get a laugh out of it. I do. I do.
Monkeybone45 says old lady can. SG2 says I have been in Mushroom a few times with Mom.
Yeah, with Mushroom, G, Ham and Liz, Tiki, they all went to go get a Tiki special or whatever he calls it. The Tiki drink. Tiki drink at the Tiki bar. I don't know.
I went to one that was covered up as a joke, but by the time I think, boom, all of a sudden I hear in my ear, my finger was down.
I've been in that, but taking camera's gear while he go gets a drink tune.
Big Time Big Boy says I think I would start doing spontaneous ones if I was there.
Old lady still had COVID. What can I do?
I just pulled up my phone. It's so much easier just to see chat for me.
SG2 says yes.
Yeah.
I am ready.
Horror host Joe says true.
So, I know Mush wouldn't probably say it, but any gifts? Any W gift subs? Anyone want a gift? I'm gonna shill for Mushroom because I'm not Mushroom, so it's not shilling. Mushroom's not shilling. I'm shilling for him.
I love it. I can't wait to see that. I'm so excited. Oh, this is my friend. No. Well, it is just getting good. That is the problem. They always want to. It's fine. Yeah. It's bad. You know. I'm not doing it. No. It hijacks. You'll see people out on the street.
Yo, SG Tune with the 10 gifted. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, SG Tune. I'll tell Mushroom when he gets back. Let's go. Woo woo. Hey, how sick would that be if we got Mushroom to his 60 goal or 60 subscriber goal before he gets back? We got Hype Train 2, level 3. Let's go.
Right.
That was 1910
Yeah.
Easy riff.
You know what's great?
We did that one with the gas. That's the other thing. We have like setups for like gas
I think it's 6 goal. Subscriber goal, yeah. 6 more subs before that.
We're trying to recover my voice back.
Oh, I got to confess, Sweaty.
Oh, let's hear it.
No.
Go
So
ahead.
you know, like when I was in your stream this morning and you were doing like exercises with people.
Yeah.
I was taking a shower and I had your stream up. So I was doing squats in the shower as you're squatting too.
His balls were hitting the porcelain.
Oh yeah, I was in the tub, like in the shower, just.
Yeah, dude, I love that. It's one of my favorite things to do is work out, and even more so, I love to inspire.
Oh, it's amazing.
Inspire, be inspired.
Yo, let's go. We got 6 subs. Anonymous, thank you. And Mushroom just got back right now. Let's go. Mushroom, you hit your 60 goals, 60 subscriber goal. Let's go. I was shilling for him.
Did he really?
SG Tune gifted 10, and then Anonymous gifted 6. You're welcome.
Who's anonymous?
I don't know. Anonymous gifter.
You're welcome. You asked me to bring you one. I heard you. Thank you for the. Is that your phone?
Yeah, this is my phone.
Oh, where's the charger?
W. Level 5 pipe train.
Nice. I didn't even know I had a 60 sub goal. Real money matters. Oh, nice. SG Tune, thank you for gifting those subs. Appreciate it. Holy shit. What were you doing?
I'm at me chat pop off.
Were you dancing? Dancing on the table? All right, I'm going to leave again. You guys are...
Do you want me to use some more sets?
Well, thank you, everybody. Right? Anonymous gifter. Who is the anonymous gifter? We got to figure that out.
That kind of breaks the whole anonymous.
I know that. You think I know that?
You were asking who's anonymous.
Jonathan up at John Wick says big WS.
Making conversation. Well, thank you, everybody. Aber, how are you? Yeah, you just came in time to. You know what you could do? You could just subscribe yourself, and then you wouldn't need a gifted sub. Just saying. Big baller on Kick. Yeah, apparently. Where did it say I hit the goal?
SG2 says one of these days much.
One of these days, what?
Hold up. I don't believe so, John. Yes? On and on. Games mostly, or like games.
Whose is this? Oh, this is Tony's.
Aberizing says, haha, I'm in the process of resubscribing now. Speaking of Kick, they just slashed nearly all partners.
Go, folks. Blue team out ahead, red team right behind them, navigating through the rocks.
Hey, who wants to do push-ups with me?
No. You're out of your mind. What do we got to do?
10.
just stopped you for your speed.
What are you guys doing? Are you having fun hanging out with us? We are having fun hanging out with you. Text 1 if you got this message. 1, lots of 1. Did you guys get this message? Sorry.
Proof of life right now.
Proof of life. 1.
Right foot forward. Like that.
It just
chaos.
Gothic Chaos, thank you for the follow.
.com says welcome at Gothic_chaos.
Did it die? Or did you have to reset it?
No, I was recording.
Oh.
There's only a couple. There's only a couple buttons on it.
Right.
Do like a combination.
I'm like,
We did. It wasn't How'd you find the channel?
Averizon says nice. Got the straight back. FrostyTools.com says Averizon. Just like a Navy SEAL, you fell into chaos and each raid changes to resubscribe. Your support has been very Twitch.com.
Gothic, thank you for the follow.
Where your loyalty shines brighter than a con badge.
Whatever.
Musher OOM sauce says
Yeah.
sailor of the stream. Averizon says 07.
7 to you, did it? Did you resubscribe? You did. Why didn't it tell me? Thank you for the resub. It didn't announce.
Musher OOM sauce says Averizon just
Oh, there it goes.
for 9 months in
I was like, I saw your little mushroom, but.
SG2 says we win hot EHBRD screen.
Oh, gotcha.
Horror host Joe says yes, babe.
those are gas.
Averizon says, but yeah, I'll be streaming on Twitch again in addition to the other platforms.
Welcome back to. Are you going back to Twitch then? Krista, I don't even know what's happening.
Mickey Peter says, Extreme, thank you so much for the new sub. SG2 says, Mickey Peter, you're there.
Regular, the classic, the #1 best Gatorade ever.
Cheers, Tune.
Hell yeah.
Bonkman says, cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Averizon says yeah, and got affiliate last year, so we'll hopefully make up for the kick rate cut with that. How's your adventure been? Bonkman says I'm hearing multiple conversations and parsing them.
It's been amazing. We got here Wednesday, we hung out with Sweaty, Pedals, and Potential Bliss, and all the days are blurring together. But yeah, and then yesterday we hung out with him and Liz. Yesterday? Today. No, yesterday. What's today?
Today is Friday. Is it Saturday?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's Saturday.
But
Averizon
We
says
didn't-
glad to hear it. Looks like a really chill group of people.
yeah, these are all the like IRL streaming people that I've gotten to know over the last, I don't know, year, 2 years.
I'm right around the corner. I'm right around the corner.
I hate these fucking they're surveillancing you. God damn it.
The ones that Foxy got.
I mean, fuck it, I'm still in the bill. Of course.
Yeah, Krista, where's Foxy and the pizza? Foxy from all their channels. He lives in San Diego. I think he delivers pizzas. So occasionally he'll bring.
Averizon says I assume at least a couple Sea of Thieves goes there.
Yeah, the Gurk. The Gurk and Tiki Taco Tony both play Sea of Thieves. They've played it occasionally. But that's the crazy thing, Aber, is I kind of branched off into like the IRL community.
It's legit my favorite stream.
And then some of them also play Sea of Thieves, so kind of come full circle. But that was what started me in streaming. And when I came to TwitchCon in 22, I came here just to hang out with Sea of Thieves people. And now I'm
Averizon says
hanging out with all these people. Right? Krista, how are you? What's that?
I don't know if you heard that one yet. See if these nuts fit in your mouth.
No, I haven't. That's a good one, though.
Averizon says I remember your team in the Sea of Thieves event too.
Right.
No, see it?
They've added a lot. Like when I first started playing it, when it first came out,
Says
you had to like make shit up because there was nothing to do. Now they added there's tons of content.
World's biggest simultaneous with every 420 streamer at 4:20 p.m.
Right? Yeah. I'm sure Tony would be down. Where'd the Gurk go?
Chess Krista says mush. Drop everything. New season of SOD is out. Let's hop on a sloop.
Right? Remotely from my phone. No, she said let's hop on a sloop because the new season came out.
I had a gaming laptop.
Where like it was like, well, you know, they were selling it. They had it all the fucking time. And like, they were like,
Did your mom lock the door on you?
I hope not. She did it the past 2 nights.
they were one of the strongest.
Scan the card.
Where's your Steam Deck of mush?
I don't have one. I thought about getting one of those actually. I think I thought about it before I came in 22. A Steam Deck.
They were so.
That's what somebody was telling me to do instead of buying a gaming laptop. But the only problem, I need to see if you can do USB, if you can use USB out of it, or it has to be HDMI.
Oh, because you want to stream from it?
Yeah, I want to stream it.
You know how you find out?
You buy one?
Yeah. That's what I do.
Or I ask the 3 friends I have who have
It's just.
Oh, I suppose.
I even had somebody.
What is
Chess
this?
Krista says fuck it. Grab Ham and Liz and your galley up. Dog.
Dog. Krista.
S. Jason says there's a docking station for the Steam Deck. Krista says ignore the beep.
There's a docking station for the Steam Deck.
Oh.
Oh, is there? Okay. I haven't watched it since then. I think I have not watched it. They're only like $6
I think he was trying to like, hey buddy,
versus a $1,400 gaming laptop.
There's your choices, Liz. $1,400 or Steam Deck?
I'd still take a laptop personally. Because then I can do more.
No, why would you want to do more? You have a laptop.
okay laptop.
I use your laptop.
There are no. Like, I know.
Is it $5? It's a bargain.
It's a bargain, except for it's probably laced with all kinds of.
Laced? That's a wild word.
No. I'm smoking it.
Oh, dude, I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Ollie Ali problem. I'm a DJ. I do this with Ali. Problem. Ali problem. DJ/musician. I sing I perform my shit. Yeah, and then I heavily DJ. I used to do more, but ever since they DJ program on us, I used to do everything. I didn't realize.
What's that?
But
What happened?
I thought that was.
I can't believe there's 54 people watching. I can't believe there's still 54 people watching.
Oh no.
You don't have to rain on my parade. You're supposed to say, oh yeah, of course they're watching.
Where's my mod? We want to run an
Straight up.
Like, half the people here, like, help me put with.
Yeah.
Yep, he was up with us. Here we are. Over in,
He rode his bike all the way over here from downtown. He rode that bike from Gaslamp.
You had to come here and find out that just met.
Everybody was like telling. Everybody was like.
Who was?
Like so many people like Red Team crew.
Really?
Joy was telling me, he was talking about you.
That's funny. They should come subscribe if they like me that much. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Oh, you're providing? Wow. How do you get to that level where someone else is handing out your stickers?
Listen, she wanted to come.
Oh, okay.
And she didn't, so I offered.
Nice.
I offered to bring some of her stuff.
Oh, do you live near her or something?
No, I just went out to visit her for a couple
Oh, okay. Where's your accent from?
So I live in Australia.
Ah.
But my accent is a little bit weird because like my family is very mixed. Most of my family are not Australian. So I'm sort of family in Florida.
Yeah.
I'm also British.
Wow.
That makes sense with your accent. I couldn't like put it down. So it's like.
I gave you one of mine yesterday, right?
Yeah, I've got one.
Okay.
The people with Australian friends I have, it's like, oh, you can clearly tell they're Australian. It's like, I don't know, it'd be like British, like.
Apparently, you hear that, Krista? Apparently, people are asking for me.
Standard American accent.
Static definitely has an Australian accent.
Oh yeah. That was so awesome meeting her.
Yes. We should have got a picture, damn it.
I know. I'm so mad we didn't. We still might see her tomorrow. So. If we do, we're stacking a picture.
Krista says no. Mr. Popular.
Apparently. Krista gets to play games with me. Gets to play games with me. She said, I said, apparently people were asking about me. And she said, yeah, Mr. Popular.
Subs and multi-streaming plans, while at Musher 00 massage juggers soon.
Heard you used to give away Bella boxes, yeah.
Calling for a sneak session, and it's Steam teases about that elusive Steam Deck. It's a high-seas adventure in chat today. Chef Krista says probably heard you losers to give away Bella boxes. Chef Krista says you guys seem to be very
Have you? Oh, they can't hear me anyway. On mine, yeah. And then
Brian, nice to meet you.
there's a first-time chatter in Tony's chat.
Uh-oh.
You may have. They can't hear me. Never mind. I was going to say, go over to my stream.
He's gonna start doing IRL.
I would like to, yeah.
Yeah. We need to get him set up with a basic IRL stuff.
Basic? Either do it or don't.
You go all in or you don't go at all.
Exactly. Can't half-ass it, Hammer.
Full all in.
Dan Clancy's half-assing it.
That sounds awesome.
Yes.
Very true.
What was the name again?
Here, Elf. What's that? Oh, Elf Twin Film.
Elf Twin Film.
Zachary says hang on. I got
I
asked.
saw that.
Wait, are we all doing a blue follow right now?
It's our Popple. You just tap your phone on it, it'll pull up our profile. Shut up.
Oh, that's
Conklin says hi in the
Nothing,
studio.
just hold it up to
Just hold up to it.
You have an iPhone? No.
Zachary says hi in the studio.
That's cool.
Wait, you got a CD?
Yeah,
It's called a Popple. Sweaty's got one too.
Show it, show class, Popple. So it sends us to your Twitch page?
Actually,
Oh,
yeah, it's a fully customized page. So we both actually have them. So here, to make it so you see it. So you guys scanned mine. If you scan Liz's,
It's not that amazing. What?
Conklin
gotta
says
find
can
it.
she do that?
She didn't want to wear it.
I didn't want to. I've been
Let
wearing
me
it. I've been wearing
What?
it all day. This is him.
Did Krista ban somebody?
Your name is Liz?
Yeah.
I'm Elf Twin Film.
So we're hamming this game. So this is Liz's. So if you do the same thing, no, just hold your phone.
Oh, it's like that. It's like this credit card?
No, you don't need camera.
What?
Does it automatically.
Boom.
Magic.
Right? And then if you tap
That
it,
is so worth it. That is so fucking worth it.
You
guys,
Stuck
we
in
live
the green
in the
camera with the
future.
90s.
That was like we paid with the credit card, but we didn't.
Right.
Awesome. All you.
it pulls up her profile. But all the links are the same. It takes it to all of
So
her.
like, do I just...
That way, if she needs somebody to
Sorry to be a boomer right now. I just had a couple beers. Okay.
This might not work.
I don't know what that is.
Right?
Not do we use that. The one time, dude, the one time.
Okay. So that's what happened.
On our vacation in Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
And the first two comments.
Oh,
it's the same profile.
But I'll do that later.
The same profile. So we're handling this game.
But,
the first time we ever streamed together, we're driving down the road and somebody
Exactly.
There should be Popple ambassadors. I never heard that shit.
with their kids in the
I don't know. Like, I just meeting everyone today. No, it's not at all. What's yours? Well, yeah, actually, I was gonna get out with yours.
I tried using the full stream plugin from Stream Elements to do it.
Okay.
It works, but you can't stop and start the other streams. I learned about it from
Oh, hell yeah.
It's called a Popple. It's a website, and it's like $8 a month.
Okay.
For a hosted site, basically for that landing page. And then you promote it with everything, and then the card is like $7.
I usually go from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I do 6:30 Mountain Time. So about like 10 or 11.
Yeah, and so and with one account,
It's a QR code on acid.
but it gives you
It's a QR code on acid.
so Sweaty's show them your Popple.
We need a Popple. Show me a Popple. Booty pop.
So his is like plastic. So like ours is just like the radical plastic one. He got the customized one with his name. That. Yeah, to do the customized ones, you have to do them on their website, and they're more expensive. Or you can order the cards bare bones.
I keep it on my keys because I don't have one hand
Because you came in, I posted his Discord one time, and you were like,
No, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we know it's
Yeah, we're super excited.
On the grass, standing. I don't give your back hurts.
Oh, man. This is our buddy G-Man.
Hi.
G-Man.
Put your contact in my YouTube.
Yep.
Perfect. I knew it was good. That's what I heard.
Right? Because I mean, I can give you a business card, right?
Oh,
And
our
you're like,
logo
okay,
is so
whatever. But then now you're watching my movie. And
Awesome.
Yeah, I do, but not.
Hell yeah.
You eating all your candy, buddy?
I'm saving mine for when I'm in bed later.
Yeah,
the best times.
Like in my head, I was streaming and I hit my button on my start to go. I can sound effect that shit right now. I need my stream deck.
Oh, dude, I miss my stream deck. What day is it? Oh, finally! I thought you'd never give this back to me.
I got you. You just give me that wave or something, and I'll throw another one at you. Yeah.
Massive stoner would never beg. Grateful
Says
anytime.
zero green. Bright light. Big thing.
Mini bong hit?
Just they just get birds?
Oh, hi, really?
And lighters. I'll take those too.
Is this the dip
I'll
bottle?
take those. No lighter is safe around me. You're lucky to get it back. Yes.
I can't even hear the tunes anymore.
Oh my god, I forget about that.
This is my DJ skills. No.
I think they want Taylor Swift, is what I heard.
Let Mushroom control it.
This is freaking Ziggy Stardust.
Play some Funkadelic. Nobody complains about George Clinton.
We should do impromptu karaoke right now.
Yes. That'll work.
Yeah.
Mushroom says I can hear music now.
See? Yeah.
Where's your mic? Oh, your mic's on your hat.
Media_Sky says
I got another one down here, so I'm just saving one for when the other one dies. Oh
I'm so sorry I didn't get the point.
It's okay. The photos were great.
I have not used
I don't even think it's great on this. On the other side.
So they were hassling me today about my backpack getting in. They weren't going to let me in with my backpack.
They did that to Hammer, too.
Yeah.
I didn't have a problem.
You got a smaller bag, right? You don't have a backpack.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But your build is so small, you don't need that.
Right. But I have a shitload of batteries and cables, and I carry a bunch of other stuff for everybody else. So, just in case. I had to work on Irish Beast in the park.
Oh, wow.
Did you see that?
Yeah, where is Irish Beast?
I don't know. I don't know where he is.
I was recording Mushroom Diary and Irish Beef fixing Irish Beef set up on a bench down in what was it, PB? The drum circle going.
Nice. All right.
We could install it in the house on Sunday.
I need a photo of you.
I could be persuaded. We do.
What am I going to do?
Yeah, that was it.
Do you have any other photos?
I do, but not from
I'm calling Irish. How long does this last usually? How long you guys usually stay out here?
Till they turn the sprinklers on.
What time is that?
I think it was like 2 a.m.
We get to do like that.
You think? Oh, he's answering. Hello? Let me put my AirPod. Hey, where are you at?
Oh, you mean those aren't hobo encampments?
All right. When are you leaving there? Yeah, can you hear me now?
Gasland, you're pretty safe. Gasland.
How long are you going to be there?
Oh my god.
Your presence has been requested by Tiki Taco Tony.
Just far enough for him to stand there.
Tiki Taco Tony.
Wow. None of us even noticed except for Sweaty. I noticed. I knew what was happening too.
We're all out at Shelter Island. I can send you the location. There's like 20 of us here. Sweaty, Heyman Liz, Wisteria, Jonathan, Tony, Geerk, Elfin Twins.
Weeks. And it was so bad. So bad that you could smell him. He was ruining the entire
It's the, it was probably night sight.
Did you look at it? Look at it.
What?
Look at the picture.
Are you talking to your wife, Mushroom?
Yeah.
Look closely. Did you see?
What?
She cropped me out.
Did you photobomb it?
I tried. Wait, where was that?
You tried?
Oh, it must have gone. Never mind. I was.
You failed. The night sight got you.
Damn it. So you're. What are you doing? You have to stay at this club? Oh, all right. There's always a year from now when you can hang out with all of us on an island.
Who is that?
Oh, yeah. More than one.
Oh, Irish beef.
I mean, look at this view. Hang on, let me switch it. Maybe if I can switch it. What is that? What is happening? There. Hang on. Wait there a second. Congratulations. You're welcome. All right. Bye.
Oh.
At first, I thought they were just gonna like completely ignore us. Just that look she had on her face when I said congratulations, and then he like, what, do you stop and hug you guys?
Yeah.
It's funny. Did he say? Did he whisper anything like, "Get me out of this situation"?
Throw me in the water. Drown me.
It's a huge mistake.
I got rated.
Oh shit! I called Irish Beast. Falcon Elite, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Actually, let me show them. Show you guys the view.
Yeah, they were giving you shit.
The what?
The video you posted of you were on one machine and you were showing a winner.
Oh
on the other
God!
All right,
Yeah,
Falcon,
they must have, like,
you should be here. But here's where we are. We're out at this Shelter Island, I guess it's called. Yeah.
Is this an internet like group social thing, or are you guys just all friends meeting up here?
Well, both.
What does that mean?
So, do you know what TwitchCon is?
No.
You know what Twitch is?
Yeah.
So, TwitchCon's going on in San Diego.
Oh, so it's like a big convention.
Yeah, so a bunch of us are staying here, and we're all like live
Oh,
streamers.
okay,
and-
okay, got it.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to
No. My boyfriend and I were debating about.
what we were doing.
No, he's like, it's an internet thing. And I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, we've all met over the internet,
Okay.
but
Also, I told her not to say internet thing.
No, it's fine. No.
Yeah, Twitch.
Yeah, see, he knows what Twitch is.
The APIs for you.
Oh, nice. Here, I'll give you a sticker.
Oh,
I appreciate the work you do. That's my stream. So I'm like live right now on this. No, it's facing that way.
Is Ghost Sauce your stream or is it?
That's
your
my
bar?
stream name, yeah.
Are you with Twitch?
Yeah.
particularly? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm live. It's facing that way though. There's 45 people, and they all chat in here. And then I have like a little computer in here that basically sends it up to a cloud server, and back down to my computer in Indiana, and then up to Twitch from there. But I can control it all from chat.
I have one question for you.
Okay.
Are you going to be watching the SC Notre Dame game?
No, because I work at IU. I work for Indiana University. So,
So SC's going to win, fight on.
Sure. You too.
Mushroom, don't talk about sports teams unless it's San Diego.
She was talking about SC,
Sounds good to me.
South Carolina and Notre Dame.
Oh, okay. When she said SD, I was like,
She said, I have one question for you. Are you going to watch the SC Notre Dame game?
Why did she ask that?
I don't know. Oh, what was it saying? Sorry. She was very intoxicated.
Oh, yeah.
He was not. But he knew what Twitch was. He's like, yeah, Twitch. I've been working with their APIs for years. I was like, oh.
Wow.
But yeah, here's our view. Falcon Elite. You coming next year?
I'm trying to figure out if those are like people having fires or if it's like.
Oh, I think they're fires because Danny was saying you're allowed to.
Yeah, he said.
Yeah. Is that a beach?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Like literally, this is like.
I wouldn't go down those rocks right now, but.
Yeah, I think I'd go down there.
I think down there, I think.
But she was wondering, that was the original question, was, are you guys all friends or is this an internet thing? And he goes, I told her not to call it an internet thing. And I was like, nah, that's fine. We all met on the internet.
Yeah, it's an internet thing. It's an internet thing.
Good thing she didn't ask you. He's like, yes, it's an internet thing. How dare you?
We're friends. What's up, Twitty? Wait, do I know you? Do I know you?
Hey. Too soon.
Not too soon.
Oh, you're ready?
I'm about ready to go.
I was gonna say,
I'm getting tired.
between my knees and my back.
I'm done.
Were you just gonna take
There's a song about
my fat ass is not used to these.
If you
Hey.
guys are getting closer, I can ride with you, but I'm not gonna make you take it to the least of that damn shit. So, are you taking them back to their hotel?
Maybe I can bump into here.
Oh, but there's 6 of us. That's right, yeah. Mushy's gonna have to hold it again?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, but we're
fine.
not that far.
Yeah, we're not that far.
Oh, okay. I might just take it from here then if we're not that far.
We'll see what the difference is,
Yeah, see what the difference is.
price-wise. Because if he's going,
And I can.
because I think ours has to be closer than you are.
Because it was like.
It is.
All I wanna
very
do is
calm.
a fucking timeless song that people sing in 30 years next to a beach with weird technology I've never heard. But no. I'm out here.
We should have Tony play your music.
No. This is relaxing.
You don't have any relaxing songs?
Not recorded.
What about your Christmas song? Kind of relaxing.
That is pretty relaxing. That song is awesome. Have you heard the song? You heard Highway Blues? Where we sing about getting pulled over? And
No.
oh, dude.
I think I
you'll
heard
love
you talking about it on your
should-
stream
you
with
should
me or
totally
whatever.
listen to it all the way through and just check out the roller coaster of emotions.
So from here to where you are,
Yeah.
it's 31:48.
Oh, okay.
What is it from where we are? You could actually go to our hotel, wash your laundry, and sleep in the laundry room tonight. And then you'd have clean clothes in the morning.
Just wash with somebody.
Right. And just sleep naked in the
Local, you're a Minnesota man.
So naked in the
And stay live. I mean,
Stay alive.
your sleep stream would be pretty popular, I think. You just curl up in it like you're in prison in the corner.
There is
naked.
a sauna. You can sleep in the sauna.
Okay, now you're speaking my language.
There's a hot
That's not
tub.
even like frowned upon. The naked part.
That's true. You can get away with it.
Sleeping in a
Sir,
sauna.
your time is up. You're like, no, I'm sleeping in here. What do you mean?
So we have a song called Highway Blues, and the song derived from my my guitarist was like, you want to look at my band? You can't. Like he used.
Oh,
like,
I think I've heard that song.
try, and he closed the curtains. So the first verse of the song is talking about. We're rolling on. It's 3:15. So I see like I'm driving. I see the lights in the background, and I pull over to the side, and I say he creeps up and tries to peek into my ride, and then the chorus comes in. You want to look in my van, but you can't, mother. You want to look in my van. And it's just the second verse is like, he steps up, he asks for ID, his mustache looking fine as can be, like the cop mustache, and we're all talking about him, like how he takes a sniff. I actually say takes a sniff around, which is one of my favorite lines of all time. He leans in, he takes a sniff around, and seems pleased with the aroma that he's found. He's like, what? And he says, boys, is that Winston's and Hams, like cigarettes and beers? And I tell him, I say, I could tell you, but you better not get mad. And then we say, you want to look in my van, but you can't. You want to look in my van, but you can't look inside. And then the third verse is, the curtains draw, and he sees the ladies. He says, man, you really got what I need. And I say, officer, we're in a rock and roll band. And if you want to have a good time, just, and we all go, jump on it. So, and then he looks up, he's got the gleam in his eye. And I can tell he knew the vibes was right. He steps around and opens the door. The fog rolls out and it hits the floor. So the last chorus rather changes, and it says, "You gotta look in my van. Welcome in, motherfucker." And we make friends with the cop.
That's funny.
So from our hotel, it's $30.
Yeah.
So it's like $1 or something.
Yeah. That's not enough. I'll just take it from here. Thank you for looking that up. Yeah. So yeah, we played with another band from Minnesota, and the lead singer was an officer.
Yeah.
And his aunt came up to us, drunk as a skunk, and it was like their first show, and thanking us for being on there and all that stuff. How do you do this? And how do you? And we're like, yeah, dude, whatever. And I didn't know, but it doesn't matter either way. Nothing would have changed. She walked up and she was like, you know, he's a cop, and that's just not okay. Like, who are you? They're opening our show, and if you listen to the song, like, shoot,
Yeah.
none of that was being digested anyway.
It's funny.
So now when we introduced it, like the 5 shows after that, my guitarist would be like, this one's about making new friends.
We always make new friends. Do you have all your stuff off the...
Oh, you ready?
Bartender lessons, right?
I gave you your microphone already.
Oh, yeah. I just gotta grab mine.
No, the other one's in this case.
Where's? That's downtown, right? So that's where we came from. Those buildings.
Yeah.
Where's the convention center?
The convention center?
Probably that direction. So I
Oh, I can see it, yeah.
Building right there. I think it's right.
It's right near that building with the arch, right?
2 arches.
Yeah. Because there's the bridge.
Everybody what filters.
Yes, that's right. You want to be like, I want a margarita. I want a Manhattan. I want an old fashioned. I want a daiquiri. All those, right? Close.
Yeah,
It's super
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the island does this. It's like straight that way. Yeah. Because that's where we are.
Where do I do what I need to do?
For what?
Oh, just put
It's like the
Right. Oh, where to? That's not fair.
Oh.
That wasn't there before.
Just because I touched it. He lied to you.
Maybe you're more than evolved in me.
don't like
No, but I need the mixer, you know?
Falcon Light says y'all on Coronado. That's where I normally get like small Airbnbs and stuff.
No, we're what is this island called?
I don't remember.
I'll have to look on my phone. Hold that for a second. Can you hold that?
It is
Something island. I think it starts with an S.
Shelter Island.
Shelter Island. A what?
You got AC in that thing?
Yeah, I do actually. I have a fan in the pouch with the Bella box. You know those shirts?
Like an AC.
Oh, no.
Powered. I have one. It's in my truck.
Oh, you're trying to charge your bike? Oh, okay.
Oh, this is one of the anchor ones. That special little portable bottom of it that never works. Lies?
One battery is probably the contact. I've got another battery here to swap in. So we're good.
This camera.
Nice hoodie.
You like that?
Yes.
Have you done anything for St. Jude?
No.
Next year.
Okay.
I'll bet you. Are you going to be around tomorrow? I didn't see you at all today.
We were in the con. I was in
Were
the
you
con
hiding
all
and
day.
smoking in the bathroom, or what were you doing?
Streaming, walking around the place the whole.
So-
We're gonna do booths tomorrow. So that's
Hard.
Do what?
the convention.
Okay,
floor,
yeah.
like, going
He's
to
just going to do laps in the
Yeah,
booth
that's where I was.
Yeah.
all day long
down the middle.
for 8 hours.
Yep. 8 hours.
So hardware guy, I need to introduce you to him. He runs the St. Jude team that I'm on.
Okay, cool.
So it's St. Jude Play Live.
Uh-huh.
And you don't have to play games. You can do whatever.
Uh-huh.
You just raise money for. It starts in April, I think.
Ooh, something like that.
But the main month is September.
No, it was.
I don't know.
It started like April, and then it was like the month of May. Yeah.
Oh, maybe I was way off. But anyway, so everybody's like doing it hard in May. And so it's cool because you get people rating you that are doing it, trying to raise money, and people are, I raised $4,500 last year, and that was like one person. But if you do enough, they'll invite you to the summit in Memphis, and you go to get to meet the kids, and yeah. So we have the guy he's here that you could talk to, and he can set you up. And I think Sweaty's going to do it. Bliss, Dan wants wants to do it. So yeah, him and Liz did it last year. But anyway, that's what I got this for last year. This and a T-shirt and. I'm just trying to sag my pouch.
Trying to give you a ball sack. Trying to give you a front sack.
There's a save button.
So you're in. Sounds good.
Yeah.
You're in.
But it's cool. It's not. You don't have to raise, $1 million.
Yeah, it's called Jude. We got so many people here. I can't even mention them all, but we got Mushroom Sauce. We got Ham and Liz Gaines. We got
no ideas.
Sweaty Pedals.
Sweaty Pedals. Although we were hanging with him last year.
Did you come over here last year? Oh.
Over here?
Yeah. 'Cause I guess he stays here every year.
Uh-oh. There it goes. Okay. I knew a battery was just about to die.
Bonkman says, and there it goes.
What? No.
Which
keep it?
battery has died?
You need it? I guess you're not riding.
Says have fun. Atlantia_Sky says GG lol. Bonkman says he jinxed it by talking about it.
You never know. Are we ever gonna smoke weed together?
Not me. I'm not. Do I have everything? I'm sure I have everything.
I don't know. Do you?
Yeah. You I have everything. I think we're taking off.
All right.
We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
You ready?
Can't hang with you young kids.
Dude, I'm more up in the grass down there.
Were you really?
He's gonna go fall asleep on the rocks. Oh God, I'd be comfortable.
Your back?
My back.
What time are you going over tomorrow, Tony?
I don't know.
Lunchtime. You got to go to that burger place with us tomorrow.
Yes.
We went today. It was amazing.
Really?
And it's quiet. Like there's like no other streamers out there. It was just us.
Uh-huh.
It's really good. It's right on the water.
I've got a bunch of love me a good burger. For a while on stream, I was wearing a bodybuilding.com hat because it was the only one that I had that was not sweat stick over the yard. Like free publicity.
There's my hamburger with pastrami on it.
What? Whoa, that's crazy.
Gert, lunch tomorrow.
Is it burger at the
Yeah.
behind the fish center?
Yep, we went today.
This one's pizza tomorrow. This one's pizza?
Well, they're not going to be there, but burger place.
Okay.
Get pizza for breakfast.
That sounds good.
Breakfast pizza.
Breakfast pizza.
Does honestly sound really good.
What? It wasn't me. No, it's not me. No,
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Whatever I told you, Mark. I don't
Oh, I don't think I got one of those bags that you gave out. All right.
That's why I do it. Like, me, it's always
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. See you tomorrow. See ya.
Thanks for coming out.
Yes.
Thank you for the drink. Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay, they're heading out.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you guys, man. Thank you guys for all the.
I was gonna rock up here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ryan, what? It's over. Ryan, leave 1v1 if anything goes down. I got this.
He's got enough weight in all of his gear to beat the piss out of him. It's not like we can't track him. The minivan's your Uber?
You got a van? Nice. See you tomorrow. You too. See you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow, Sweaty.
We got 2 more days. All right. Am I sitting in the front? Hell yeah.
Hey, we're gonna be in bed earlier than we were last night, at least.
Right? God, I hope I didn't leave anything there.
They are very nice. Yes. Here, honey, you can scooch my way and give G-Man more room.
Okay.
You're like. Alright.
You get those batteries, Hammer? Hammer said, stop scrunching up against G-Man.
No, I just poor G-Man's over here in the corner with his like neck cocked against the window.
Maybe he liked it.
You guys have a good time?
He's like, do you have a good time? Yeah, it was great. I don't want to add stop. Alrighty.
Scott.
I don't know. Is there?
Yes. But they're just sitting there.
Okay.
No, you're fine.
This place is quiet.
Huh?
This place is quiet over here.
Yeah.
You been over here?
Huh?
You ever been over here?
Yeah. I can't remember the last time though.
My voice is shut. Ugh. Are you bringing your utensils tomorrow?
My utensils?
To measure shit.
Yes,
Don't
I can.
forget the gimbal tomorrow.
Yeah. Remind me of breakfast.
Breakfast. If you come down earlier, you can have breakfast with us. Are you having breakfast
I'm
with
probably
us?
not. I'm not a big breakfast person.
It was good.
We could probably do 8.
Let's do 8.
If we're ready. Yeah.
What time does it start?
7.
No, the con.
The door's been open till 10.
Yeah.
Oh God, we could go down at 8:30.
I don't understand why it starts so damn late.
We already have all of our stuff.
Because-
It's not like we have to like go.
Well, yeah, we just have to go into the desk.
Which is
It's because Dan Clancy needs his beauty sleep.
I mean, don't we all?
I'd rather.
Ah.
I'm dragging.
Well, I guess I'm still young and spry enough. I 5 hours
Then
sleep.
you should be
4
up by
hours sleep.
5 and here by 7. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I'm turning 27 on the 3rd.
You feel old?
I felt old after I turned 25.
Fuck.
Hell yeah! Happy birthday!
Happy birthday. How did you like your little party we just had for you over
Alright,
on
there's your birthday party.
Nobody.
Ready on 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear G-Man. Happy birthday to you. And many more. I can go into the AA one, but I won't.
Welcome. Did you hear what Cam said today? Hammer?
No.
So when he finally came over to where we were sitting, I was like, "Where were you all day?" He's like, "I've been here. I've just been walking around." And I said, "Why didn't you come find us, Cam? Harding Cam."
You said you were 25?
Well, I've had people
Oh.
tell me, I'm telling a whole day, and they're like, "You're how old?" And I'm like, "You look like you're 20."
Did you hear that, Hammer?
Oh.
Yeah, that he was walking around and you asked him why he didn't come find us.
Yeah, and he said, "Well, you guys were all busy," and I was like, "Hell no! Are you kidding me? Like you could have totally came and hung out with us." Cam, farting Cam. That's what I said.
Is this a penis measuring contest? Because apparently, right there, $20.
It's the Need for Speed thing. You gotta get your highest speed.
Yeah. Oh my God, I used to play that game all the time.
Most Wanted was my shit.
Oh yeah, that was a badass game.
I did.
That's the game that made me love RX-7. So like, that's what they're doing.
I did Need for Speed Underground 2. That one.
I just love racing for being someone else.
I wanted an RX-8.
Then when you launch, like, dang it, I lost my car. Start over, like, I gotta beat it this
That's
time.
like, oh no, it turned off before the save.
It looks like a lot of loud and a lot of not to go. A lot of loud and not
Definitely
a lot to go.
sounds like an automatic though. He's not
Yeah, it does.
shifting.
It's,
Oh, yeah,
I don't
it's
think
100%.
It's not automatic. It's kind of stick.
I don't want to pull up next to this guy because
No.
he's thinking I'm going to want to race. I'm just
Well.
like, yeah, I'm just going to stay behind.
Honestly, John, that's probably what he's trying to do.
Well, he sees it. It's
He knows it's,
he sees the Mustang logo in his rearview mirror and thinks, "Ooh."
So he's gonna rev his engine. You're gonna just like spool your.
Oh, that's totally an automatic.
It's an automatic.
Yeah. Oh, that's why it sounds like. Oh, there we go. Let it go.
It's always funny to like meet people with like Mustangs or
It's always Mustang.
I'm totally a car person. This is all stock.
There's so much thing. This is all stock.
It's all stock. I put a new air filter on it, so it makes it like whenever it goes. I think it's back turning car guy, man. I go to other races.
I watched on the plane.
Oh, Cam's got night shift tonight, by the way.
And I haven't watched that in a long time. I'm like, oh, those brings back so many memories of high school. We were obsessed. I went to the movie theaters and watched that. That was amazing.
I think I started rewatching it like 2 years ago when I was in the gym, and I was on like, oh, I'm like walking on the treadmill and stuff on movies, and like you get off after 30 minutes. I watched the whole movie on it, and I was like, and then I bought all the Fast and Furious movies on Voodoo, and I was like, I'm gonna just watch all these.
Paul Walker, I was obsessed with when he was.
Do you have a crush?
I bought a Shark Tooth necklace, and it was so I was like, that guy should like a cool Brian. I want to be like that Brian.
You like Blondie?
Oh, you did? Maybe not.
Tyrese, I always forget how funny he is in that movie.
Oh yeah, Tyrese.
Some of the stuff he said, I just started laughing. He'd sit next to me like, why are you laughing? I'm like, I'm just laughing.
I like that, wasn't that fact about, I guess, that one with, like, Rock when he joins in.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess him and Tyrese do a little, like,
Yep.
yeah, I guess that was a live reaction that was not scripted at
Oh,
all.
really?
Yeah, he's like,
I haven't watched, like, I've watched all the enough to, like, know every part that happens, you know?
and I did, because I think before that, I watched past, like, the third, you know, the Tokyo Drift, yeah. Oh, but it's getting, like, 2 hour races, but now after watching them, like
Well, like,
now,
kind of like,
it's
they
kinda
all
cool.
link together, kind of, too, if you watch some of them, like,
Yeah.
Han, yeah. He's in, like, the other ones, and you're like, oh, because you think he dies, and the third one, he wrecks his car. So I'm like, oh, he's dead. And then he comes back, I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Different timeline.
Yeah, different timeline, but
I can probably just like drop you off by the curb if you want, real quick.
shit.
Yeah.
Do a drop by.
Drop by, jump, open the door, jump out. Run.
So you gotta jump. You gotta jump and roll.
Tuck and roll, Grandma.
Drink your brown juice, Grandma.
I'm already sweaty.
What?
I'm already sweaty.
Yeah, that's alright.
My girlfriend never watched Happy Gilmore, I found out, so we never watched it, yeah.
Did you watch the second one yet?
I need to watch
Oh,
the
it's
second one.
so
I was
good.
waiting for her, because
It's
I thought
pretty
she saw
good.
the first one.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty good.
All right, everybody, we're gonna go raid Sweaty Pedals. We were just hanging out with him. Go check him out. Everybody have a good night.
Is this
Krista,
good right here?
have a good
Yeah,
evening.
Alright. Thank you guys so
Yeah,
much.
we'll see you in the morning then.
Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow morning. I'm tired.
Bye.
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 Good night, Krista. Go say hi to Sweaty.
I like it.
Aren't they comfy?
Yeah, really.
You love backing out, don't you?
Huh?
You know when the most accidents happen?
It's this right here.
Yep.
We're witnessing it.
We had to go through a whole training
when a random
thing.
Tesla comes in and rams into the back end of a car.
My throat is shot.
Was it
Oh, maybe that's it.
Was it the drink?
No, I
Or
had
smoke is probably smoke.
in the burger place too, maybe.
Yeah, the burger place was very smoky up top. My clothes would smell of burger.
Joey, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you in the morning.
See you.
I think we're gonna be heading over there around 9-ish. Tap you out. What does that mean?